Layman of layman, I guess. Is that what it says?
Hey man, what's going on?
Not a lot. Is that music on your side?
Yeah, it's on my side. Can turn it down a little bit for you.
Okay, yeah. Well, I just didn't know where it was coming from. Okay. Wait, Cartoon Cat. Do you have any evidence? You got like 5 seconds to start presenting it.
Can I read it? So
Yeah.
as I was saying,
what text? What Hindu text says Jesus in it?
Right here it says that in Hindu, they view Jesus as a highly respected figure.
Cool. Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I just asked. All right, layman of layman, you are live and on the air. What you got?
What's up? Hey, can you see me?
I mean, I can, but I stream on YouTube as well. No, so they can't, I guess. So it's.
Oh, do you mind if I put my camera on? I kind of like doing like the face-to-face thing.
It doesn't really matter to me. It doesn't really matter. I think the people who turned it off was the mods, but it doesn't really matter as long as you don't show your fucking dick or something. All right. So, what you got? What you got? What you got? What's your what do you got for us today?
Just wanted to love talking about Jesus. Okay, I guess we're gonna do cameras off then.
Oh yeah, I don't know. If the mods are doing it, the mods are doing it. I can't really do terribly much there, but usually people don't have it on. But what you got for us?
Yeah, I love talking about Christ. Just wanted to chat with you a little bit about this. I had a couple context questions. Were you a Christian at one point?
Who says I'm not a Christian now?
Are you?
Irrelevant to whether or not two people existed in the past. We're trying to figure out history. They either existed or they didn't. You either have evidence or they don't. My religion, my new religion, my old religion, it doesn't matter. Your religion, your new religion, your old religion, doesn't matter. Our religions do not suddenly change the past if we change religions or something like that. So, and our belief in any kind of God or deity or anything like that does not change the past either. So, what denomination I am or religion I am doesn't have anything to do with that. It's just a historical conversation.
Okay. Well, I'm a Christian, and I think it's probably safe to say that you're probably not. So I'm going to chat with you from that perspective. Unless.
Okay.
Okay. Were you did you grow up in a Christian household? Were your mom and dad Christian?
Again, I'm not really sure where this line of questioning is going because we're talking about whether or not two people existed 2,000 years ago. That doesn't really have anything to do with today.
A lot of times when I get into these conversations, it becomes pretty clear that people ultimately they're not rejecting Christ, they're rejecting God. Usually it's rooted in a hatred of something that happened in childhood.
I don't care about the conversation. No, I don't care at all about whether or not any kind of religious upbringing for you or me has any effect on it. Doesn't have any effect on this. This is just talking about history, man. We're not talking about theology, supernatural. We're not talking about morals. What? What are you talking about?
God.
Again, that is irrelevant to whether or not two people existed in history. Please stay on topic.
Dude, you're making it really hard to have a conversation.
No, I'm trying. I don't answer irrelevant questions. Please stay on topic. We are talking about whether or not two people existed in history. I'm not talking. I have made no claim. Yes.
Right. So Jesus Christ is the Son of God. So the
question before if he didn't exist, if he didn't exist, he couldn't be the Son of God. So I don't care. That is completely different. If you prove to me that Jesus existed, then we can. I promise you. I will have a conversation over whether or not.
Right? Like there is
sweet. Well, then let's get into it. What evidence would you think? What evidence would you like to present then? That's what I'm talking about.
Flavius, Pliny, Jewish Talmud. I mean, the list goes
on
and on.
So that's perfect. Man. That's perfectly fine. What does Tacitus say? What does Tacitus say?
So, all right, let's look it up here. Okay, so in the work Antiquities of the Jews,
that's not Tacitus.
Prominent piece
that's not Tacitus.
That's the Flavius one, excuse me. So Tacitus, it says, writing around 116 CE, he recorded that Emperor Nero blamed the Christians for a great fire in Rome. Tacitus explicitly stated that the name Christians come from Christus, who was executed by a Roman procurator Pontius Pilate during the reign of Tiberius.
Hold up, wait, one second. So he calls Pilate what position? It starts with a P there. What possession was it? What was the name of the position he gave?
What? It says Tacitus explicitly stated that the name, quote, Christians came from Christus, who was executed by Roman procurator Pontius Pilate during the reign of Tiberius.
Procurator, yes, that is correct. Yeah, so Pilate wasn't a procurator. Judea didn't even have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed. Tacitus does actually know the difference between a procurator and a prefect. He actually states both of them in explicitly differently in like a sentence, specifically in Annals, which is written in 116. What you're referring to in Annals, it's written again in 116, like you said, Book 15, Section 44. That section is riddled with errors when it talks about this Christ figure. Christ is a title, not a name. So he wouldn't have been looking at any kind of arrest or crucifixion record or any kind of Roman archive because that doesn't make any sense. They would have called him Yeshua or the Greek or Latin variant of the name. Very clearly, Pontius Pilate was not a procurator. He was a prefect. We actually know that's from the Pilate stone that dates to the time of Tiberius, is how it's pronounced. Tiberius is who he served under over in Judea. He was removed from office in 36, and he was a prefect. That's what the Pilate stone actually confirms. Again, Judea didn't even have procurators until the decade after Pilate was dismissed. That calls into question this particular line. And when we take a look, I'll actually show you this here on your screen, you'll see it. This is actually the oldest manuscript of Tacitus's Annals, Book 15, Section 44, that we have. It's written in Latin, and it dates to the 11th century. And if you notice, this is the word procurator here, right before the first part of the word Pontius. It continues on over here. Let me see if I can, Pontius Pilate over here. But the point is, procurator is not his position. Here's the term Christus, right here. You can see that the letter I in the middle kind of looks like a Y there. And Christus, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense anyways for the origin for the name Christians. And I say Christians because this is the word that gets translated as Christians. And you can see that there's a gap in the middle of the word. That's why in the margins...
I get I understand what you're trying to do here, but it doesn't change the fact that Pilate was a real man that ruled in Judea at the exact same time the Bible says he did.
Correct. Except for the Gospel of Luke, really, because the Gospel of Luke tries to say that Jesus's birth was connected to the census of the census of Quirinius, which was in 6 CE, and then Luke 3 says that Jesus was he started his ministry at roughly the age of 30. If Jesus died at the age of 33, Luke would have him dying in 39, roughly. But again, Pilate was dismissed in 36. So the Gospel of Luke is actually right out. But,
it literally says it right here. It says the Gospel writers did not make this mistake. Authors like Luke used the generic Greek term, hegemon, or governor, or ruler, which accurately covered both titles without getting the technical Roman terminology wrong.
I didn't say that they did. When did I say they did?
So what's your point about Luke?
My point about Luke is that its timing of Pilate is literally off. In Luke 3, well, here, I'll actually pull this up here for you. So in the Gospel of Luke, Luke 2 actually says that he was born during the census of Quirinius, explicitly. And Luke 3 says that he begins his ministry at the age of 30. I'm sure that you've probably at least seen this to some extent, correct?
I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, here's Luke
Frankly,
2. It says
this conversation with anyone before.
Yeah, no worries.
Deep in the weeds here with some minutia, splitting hairs, but
it's not splitting hairs. You're trying to appeal to something that is making a false statement. He is not a procurator. Also,
he was a leader that crucified Christ at the
Correct. He
exact
was
same time that the Bible was
as
written.
far as
That's the point.
so the Bible wasn't written at the same time of Jesus, and again, the Gospel of Luke tries to say that he is being crucified in what would imagine, or what we can actually deduce to be about 39, which is literally not the time that Pilate was around. In fact, Pilate died in Rome in 39, so no. The Bible, as you say, or the New Testament or the Gospels are trying to portray, at least one of them, is trying to portray something that is not actually factual at all. The Gospel of Luke says that Jesus was born during the current.
Disagree with that. It's just not
Okay.
accurate, man.
Okay, well then let me show you exactly how accurate it is. You can disagree because you don't understand something, but that's not a valid argument against it. So when Luke says that Jesus,
ultimately the issue is you don't believe God
it does.
exists.
I didn't say anything about
You're putting
God.
the cart before the
I didn't
horse.
say anything about
You're a
God.
man that doesn't believe in a God, and then you're
I
trying to
didn't
make an
say
argument
anything
for all of
about
these
God.
minutiae details that don't
I
really
didn't say
matter.
anything about God. Sweet.
Because I tried getting into
All right,
it.
cool.
But you
Yeah,
just
I
kicked me
know.
off of that topic
Yeah, I
to
know,
begin with.
because that's not the topic. But I went ahead and sent you a mute so you can be quiet for a second. So the Gospel of Luke actually states that the census of
Hey, man,
Quirinius is when.
I'm trying to chat with you here. If you're gonna be
Sweet.
disrespectful.
Well, okay. So here's how this is going to go. All right. I am more than
Hey,
willing
man,
to
I'm gonna
have a
move on to someone
conversation.
else if you
All right.
keep being dis-
That sounds good. You can pull the oh shit handle and run away if you really want to. If you want to continue this conversation, we can do so, but you're gonna have to stay on topic. I already told
I'm
you
gonna
that.
leave.
Then leave. This is not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure. You can just go ahead and pull that oh shit handle whenever you want. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Now, your mom doesn't think I'm rude. She thinks I'm pretty nice. All right. And that's because I took her to a seafood dinner last night, and I'm thinking about not calling her now that her son has proven to be a little shit. Okay. So we'll go ahead and move on to somebody else here. Block Talk Stories. What you got?
Yeah. Nah. I ain't got none for you. You saying Jesus and Paul never existed.
Yeah.
So why you think he came from Mary?
I don't think he did.
Like, are you thinking? So where the fuck he come from?
The mind of the author? He's a fictional
you
character.
Gotta be slow, gang. Mary is literally his mom, but in the Bible, he wasn't claiming her because he said, "Who shall be my mother and my father?" You dumbass nigga. So that tells me you don't read your word. Cause you talking about
Sweet.
something.
What's the evidence that Mary existed?
So Mary don't exist now.
Correct.
Gang, you gotta be high, gang.
Sweet. Yeah. So when Harry Potter's mom is mentioned, does that mean that Lily Potter mentioned or is existed?
You gotta be high.
Do you think that Lily Potter?
Title, I'm like, this nigga.
Sweet. So does Lily Potter exist because she's mentioned in a book? Is that how that works?
What? You said what?
Okay. So you're gonna have to listen. All right.
No, I don't want to listen.
Shh.
I'm not listening.
Okay, sweet. Well, then we'll go ahead and move on to somebody else who's got an actual argument. All right. Also, that was probably a kid, anyways. Let's see. $4.99 over there on YouTube from Marv34001. Thank you for the super chat. Says Marcion held that God the Father and Yahweh are different and antitheses, but his published epistles reference the Hebrew Bible. Why do you think this is? Because Yahweh was in it. What do you? I don't know what Marv is really asking about. What are you talking about? I mean, what are you talking about? Give me an example of what you're talking about there. Are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't really know what you're talking about there, Marv. $5 from Alan0465 says, do you know about Miriam's well? Yes, a stone well that was moved through the Sinai with the Israelites. See 1 Corinthians 10:4, rock was Christ. Target, what? John 22:20. I'll have to check out what you're talking about there. I know of the concept of like, oh, not Mary's well. It is Miriam's well. Okay. I'm not really sure exactly what you'd be going for there. I'll have to check out those verses because I don't really know. That's not obviously you're not presenting like evidence for Jesus or something. It's just like some weird thing there in the Gospels. But I'll have to check that out. I don't really know about it. I haven't really looked at that before. Let's see. We've got Jesus is Lord coming up here. What you got? Jesus is Lord. I sent you an invite to unmute. You there? All right. I don't know if they're here or not. Just gonna have to move on to somebody else there because for some reason they're not unmuting. Trent, how's it going?
Hello. All right, I got a question for you.
Trent, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, really quick. If you are honest with me, I'll let you ask one question. How old are you?
Yeah, we're not gonna do this. You go ahead.
All right, sounds good. All right, let's see. Tex Rod, I guess. Rod?
Yeah, can you hear?
Yeah, what you got? Maybe that's Raj. Maybe that
Yeah, it's
Tex
Raj.
Raj. Okay, yeah,
They
okay.
use X, yeah.
Yeah, what you got there, Tex?
Just disagreeing with the prompt.
Okay.
So you don't believe Jesus was ever existed?
Yes, even the natural Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament never existed.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, did you come to that conclusion from lack of evidence?
No.
Okay, so you would agree that there's plenty of evidence that he was a real person, historical person.
No, I would say that there's none. That wouldn't make a lot of
There's none.
sense. Yeah, I mean, there is a lack of evidence, but that's not how I came to the conclusion.
So what about the writings that are outside of the Middle East? Like there's like 3 or
Outside of
4
the Middle
writings.
East? That
Yeah.
wouldn't make a lot of sense.
I mean, in like 112 AD and all leading up all the way into year 200, there's multiple writings of people mentioning a guy named Christos and
Okay.
different
Who?
names. I know there's one. I think it's Tacitus. I want to say he's Greek.
What does he say?
What does he say?
What did he say? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he talks about how there's a guy who was sacrificed,
No.
like that was killed.
So the text itself that we have today, the oldest manuscript of Tacitus's Annals that we have, is from Latin, and it dates to the 11th century, and it mentions Christ. This particular manuscript does, but Christ is a title, not a name, so it's pretty clear that he wasn't looking at any kind of arrest record or crucifixion record for that. It also calls Pontius Pilate a procurator when he was a prefect.
Right.
So there's actually multiple mistakes within that line that tries to say where the Christians got their name. And I say Christians because that was the original word that was in there. It wasn't Christians with an I like Christ. It was Christians like Christus with an E. So Christians was the term that was being used. And we actually find that term in an inscription that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE over in Rome. So that's really weird.
Christ?
No, Christians.
Christians. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, we speak English, so it would be different, right? Because we speak a different language.
Okay, cool. Well, then why are Christians mentioned between 16 BCE and 37 CE when the Bible says that they were first called Christians in Antioch in the 50s?
Because Christian, it's like exactly what you said a second ago. It's a term. It's not necessarily a person. In this religion, that's the title.
Christians is never a person. That doesn't make any sense. It's a group of people. So how is a group of people being mentioned potentially before the supposed birth of Jesus if they're based off of Jesus?
Okay, so Christ isn't a person.
Christ is a title. The term Christ is a title.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's okay. A title, right?
Sweet. So I would agree with you that there were people following a deity known as Christ prior to the supposed birth of Jesus because Jesus is not the beginning of Christianity. I would agree with that. I mean, if that's what you're arguing, then yeah, we agree.
Oh no, well, I'm really confused why you think Christian. I mean, I agree.
You've been trying to argue that the word Christian is just Christian, and that's fine. I will agree with that. But now you have to.
It's just Christian. I'm saying that because we speak English, the word's been changed for us.
Okay, right? And that's fine. But this group is still mentioned potentially 16 years before the supposed birth of Jesus. How is that possible?
Why are you straw manning me?
I'm not.
Yeah, you said I was arguing that, that we're.
Yeah, and then you just confirmed that that's just what we call it. I'm saying that that's the same group. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, well, you just said I was arguing that, and then
Yeah,
so
because
I
you
think
did argue that
okay,
the
so
word Christian and Christian would be the same concept. It'd be the same group of people. Are you saying it's not the
yes,
same
and
group of people?
no, it is. I'm sure there's people that
Okay,
believe
yeah, and I
that
agree
Christ
that it's the same group of people. I'm not strawmanning anything, dipshit. I didn't do anything of the sort. What I did was I
Why are you
agreed
calling?
with what
Thanks, bro.
because
Why
because
you call me dipshit?
because what you're looking for, you're
Why
fishing
you
for a
calling me
win.
dipshit, bro? You
Now
can't
you're
even connect the
fishing for a
dots.
win here because you got
I'm
your
not
ass
fishing
kicked
for
when
a
it
win,
came
bro.
to
Why
the
you?
Christian concept. And
I didn't
again,
get my
I
ass
haven't.
kicked, bro.
Yeah,
You're
you're
talking. You keep
continuing to
calling
get
me,
your ass kicked. So that being
bro.
said, do you
Okay,
have it? You muted for a second. Now you can pull the oh shit handle at any point in time. You can do that if you want. You can
this isn't
disconnect.
oh shit,
Shh. Listen. Okay, so the word Christian
bro.
and
We're having
Christian, I would say, is
you
still
start calling me
talking
names.
about the same group. I
We're
would
having a
still say
conversation.
that it's the same group.
Bro.
Would you
Forget the
agree with
Christian
this?
thing, bro. Why?
Would
No,
you
it's not
agree with
about
this?
whether I agree. No, bro.
Okay.
Why are
Well,
we
at
having a
this point,
conversation?
now, if you
You start
unmute,
calling.
if you unmute when I mute you, you're
We can't
gonna
even
get
have a
disconnected.
conversation. You
All right.
start calling.
If you unmute,
Okay,
okay.
we'll stay on.
See it. That's how that goes. All right. So Christian and Christian is the same group. I agree with you, and you were fishing for a win because you you absolutely got your ass handed to you, and you saw the darkness at the end of the tunnel, and we're looking for the light. All right. $5 there on YouTube from Ron Lowther says, "Happy birthday. Have a great day and sniff queef." What are you talking about? It's not my birthday. I have no idea what's going on. All right. We're going to go ahead and put that at. What are you talking about? It's not my birthday. Anyways, Jesus Lord, what you got?
Right, so I'd have limited knowledge on the things that was mentioned with the like Romans and whatever it was already mentioned, but I would have pointed that out. You've got the Torah, which is Old Testament, that mentions Jesus or the Son.
Where does
I'll
the
say
Torah
specifically.
mention? Okay, where does the Torah mention the Son of God?
Proverbs
That's
34.
not the Torah.
Yes, it is Old Testament Torah.
No, the Torah is the first 5 books. You're talking about the
Okay, well,
Tanakh.
Old Testament. Then I don't. Whatever it's.
Well, you
Classed as
said Torah. Words mean words.
Okay, but
You're
it's
kind of showing that you don't know what you're talking about.
It's still no, it's still there.
Okay.
Might not know where it is on Jewish heritage and the
Mhm.
exact bit, but it's still in Old Testament.
Okay.
So it's Proverbs 30.
And it says
Verse 4.
Jesus is the Son of God, is what it says?
No, it mentions the Son of God. I'm mentioning this for a reason.
Okay. So that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus existed, man.
Okay, well, I was mentioning that for a reason.
Oh,
Second of
okay.
all,
Well, again, we
there's
don't
a
figure
bunch
out
of
whether or not someone existed by taking a look at
Right.
something that mentions them before they exist. That doesn't make sense.
Second of all, there's a bunch of stuff in the Bible.
Okay.
There's also the Quran as well. Also
Sweet.
mentions
Well,
them.
the Quran is an offshoot of Christianity, so I don't care. And it's about
not,
5.
but okay.
It is. Because it utilizes the works of the parable of the 7 sleepers and also the infancy gospel of Thomas. It also
Yes,
shows up,
but
Quran also shows up almost 300 years after Christianity becomes the official religion of the entire Roman Empire.
yes, but
And
it
on top of
denounces.
that, they prayed towards Jerusalem initially instead of Mecca. And the earliest iconography for Muslims was a cross. So, yeah, dude. They are an
Yeah, but
offshoot of Christianity. But do you have any evidence whatsoever that Jesus actually existed? No?
Regardless of what I'm going to say, you're going to disagree, so I'm just going to
Yeah,
be
because what you're
saying that
saying can be
lie.
dismissed very easily.
Okay. If you want to believe that, I hope you find it.
Sweet.
Return people.
All right, let's see. We've got Raw Kepper, Mary Mott or something. I have no idea what this guy's name is. Probably just summoned a demon or something.
Don't worry about the name. But,
Okay.
I'm not going to dispute you because there's no historical evidence that Jesus exists, and I'll even go as far as
Here we go.
saying Moses never exists.
Also true.
Okay, so I think it's just a belief system. It's not a factual situation, and so it's kind of hard for people to.
At the next stop sign, turn left.
It's kind of hard for people to deconstruct from a belief. but there's no facts, there's no historical, there's no archaeology. So, host, I'm not going to try to debunk that. I would be crazy.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Old General's Highway.
So that's what I got to say. You got it, buddy.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Nobody's been able to prove you wrong, because I've did my research also and found out what you're saying is true. So,
well,
I would love to see somebody come up there and prove you wrong, but it's pointless. But they can try. It'll never happen.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words there, and drive safe.
All right, thank you.
That was Raw Kepper, or Keeper, or I don't know. I'm sure with a name like that, we probably would have eventually hit a little bit of a snaggle, but nevertheless, a win is a win. We'll go ahead and just keep it there. Super chat there, $5 from Elope Nope says, "Happy birthday, smart cowboy." It's not my birthday. I heard. I don't even know what that means. I don't speak anything other than Litnorsk or English. That's it. All right. Elope Nope, $5 there. Happy birthday, smart cowboy. I heard it from Joel Reed's Bible that it was your birthday. Queen for Christ. I don't like. Did Joel Reed's Bible really do that? Did he really do that? Douchebag. No, stop putting. No, it's not. It's literally. It's not. It's. It's not my birthday. Stop it. It's not. He did. Yeah. It sounds like something he would do. There's a fucking. Someone just sent me a cake on TikTok. Don't do that. Okay. Ron's Fragrance. What you got there? Ron's Fragrance. I sent you an invite. There you go. Hey, doing good. Doing good.
All right, I just want to start off by saying, oh, you need my age? I'm 19.
What?
I'm 19 years old, just letting you know.
Dude, you're wearing what looks like a sport coat and a turtleneck in your profile picture. In no way, shape, or form would I think that you were younger than 18.
No, yeah, I'm 19 years old. Yeah, yeah. So I just want to start off by asking, what's your personal belief?
My personal belief is that Jesus and Paul never existed as presented by the New Testament in their natural sense.
Do you believe in God?
What does that have to do with whether or not people existed in history?
I'm asking you a question. Do you have a belief in God?
Would you ask this to somebody who is talking about World War II? We can talk. Yeah, exactly. We can talk about history without ever invoking the religion of you or me. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. So anyways, as far as history goes, what evidence do we have for Jesus and Paul?
I'm not going to get into history because I'm being honest with you. I'm
That's
not that much knowledge.
Conversation, though.
But here's the thing. We're going to talk
It sounded like your evidence for history. Oh, I mean, we can talk about the Bible if you want, as far as the history claims go, because we're talking about whether or not Jesus and Paul existed. Now, I'm fine with you using the Bible as your evidence, but you'd have to provide evidence as to how you know it is historically reliable when talking about these characters.
All right,
but,
here's the thing.
You know, history.
Go ahead. Of course. Yeah, we have historical proof for lots of things.
Okay.
But Christians believe that God's word is infallible, which means that it can't be wrong. It can't steer you in the wrong way.
Well, that's really weird because we have contradictions in the Gospels. That doesn't even really make a lot of sense. So I don't know what to tell you there.
All right, so if we believe in that, which I do personally,
there's contradictions in the Gospels, man. Why would you believe that?
Listen, all I'm gonna say.
I don't know what to tell you. Okay, like you can't.
Talk, man.
Well, no, you keep making claims. Well, first of all, you said you're not talking history, which is silly, anyways, because this is a historical live. We're going over history. But if you want to talk about the Bible, then please present to me how you know that it is not historically, but how you know that it is infallible when the Bible itself makes contradictions. There are contradictions in the actual Gospels when talking about Jesus. I don't. What do you? Let me ask you this. What time was Jesus crucified on?
The time?
Yeah, the time. It was on what? You know what? What day of the week was he crucified on? Yeah.
It was a Friday.
Yes, correct. All right. And at what time was he crucified?
Being honest with you, no idea.
No idea? All right.
No.
Well, let's take a quick look here. This is John chapter 19. You know what? Here, I'm going to ask you this. Do you have a preferred version of the Bible or anything like that?
NLT, NASB.
Which one
New
would
King
you
James
like? Just pick
Version.
one. Just pick
New
one.
King James Version.
New King James Version. All right. Sounds good. Let's see. The New King James. There we go. Okay. So here's the New King James Version. It's John 19. And we are looking at right here. Verse 13, when Pilate therefore heard that saying, he brought Jesus out and sat down in the judgment seat in a place that is called the Pavement. I don't know why it pronounced so much pronunciation on the, but in Hebrew, Gabbatha. Now it was the preparation day of the Passover in about the 6th hour. And he said to the Jews, behold your king. All right, so Jesus is still alive and it's the 6th hour, right?
Yes.
Now they end up saying, away with him, crucify him. Pilate said, shall I crucify your king? And they said, we have no king but Caesar, which doesn't make a lot of sense because he's not a fucking king. Then he delivered him to them to be crucified. So Jesus gets crucified after the 6th hour, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right, yes. Now we're going to go over to Mark 15. I'm going to make sure that this is the New King James Version. All right. So that was the 6th hour there on Friday that he gets crucified. All right. So right here, it's very explicit. Very explicit. It says right here, now it was the 3rd hour and they crucified him. In fact, it says that it's dark. It ends up getting dark at the 6th hour. Guess who doesn't mention the darkness? John. That's weird.
That's weird.
So, was Jesus crucified at the 3rd hour? Or was he crucified after the 6th hour? Because he's not up there for overnight or anything like that. So you can't say that he's like crucified on a different day or something like that in one gospel, or that doesn't make any sense. He's crucified on Friday, and they're concerned because the next day was the Sabbath, a high Sabbath at that, and so they didn't want the body to be up there, so they needed to take it down. So he's not even up there for 24 hours.
Yes.
So the point is, when's he crucified? John says it's after the 6th hour. Mark says it's explicitly the 3rd.
That's a good question. And it's sometimes we're not supposed to know certain things. It's
well,
hard to
this
answer.
is well, if we're not supposed to know it, why did it tell us when he was crucified explicitly in the Gospel of Mark? And why did it tell us a different time in the Gospel of John? If we're not supposed to know it, why even say it? I mean, it explicitly says what's going on at the 6th hour in Mark. It says, now when the 6th hour had come, there was darkness over the whole land until the 9th hour. For 3 hours. John doesn't mention the 3 hours of darkness. And he especially doesn't mention it at the 6th hour because that's when Pilate had him out there in court.
So the Bible was written by man.
Okay, so it's not infallible is what you're saying.
No. God used these men as vessels.
Okay, so are you still believing in the infallibility of the Bible, or are you acknowledging that there's problems?
There are problems in the Bible.
There we go. There we go. Yes, so therefore it's not infallible. You see how that works? There are errors in the text, and at the very least, that shows that this is not an infallible text. What you're going to have to do at this point is you're going to have to, because it's a contradiction, you can choose one, you can choose the other, or you can choose neither, but you can't choose both. So that begs the question, well, who is more accurate? Is it Mark? Is it John? Is it neither of them? You'd have to pick. Now, the idea of the Gospel of John is that it's written by a disciple or something like that, or is written by John, and John is supposedly there. Whereas Mark is a later, according to Christian tradition, Mark is a later translator who helps with Peter. All right?
Yes.
So, I mean, I can sort of, kind of understand that, kind of, sort of. But nevertheless, what that means is that you've got to toss out Mark. And since Mark is one of the synoptic gospels, and Matthew and Luke pull from that, I'm sure you've heard of the concept of the synoptic gospels, that means that Matthew and Luke are also gone. Which makes sense because they also talk about the darkness that John doesn't talk about. And they say that it starts at the 6th hour, which again, John has Jesus alive in court outside when that happens.
Yeah.
But I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. So that means Matthew, Mark, and Luke are just gone. Which, by the way, means the stories that talk about his birth are an error. Because if you toss out Matthew and Luke, John doesn't say anything about the birth of Jesus. In fact, John chapter 3 explicitly, we're going to pull this up in the New King James Version, it has Jesus say, where is it at here? All right. No one has ascended to heaven, but he who came down from heaven, that is, the Son of Man who is in heaven. And then the oldest manuscripts say they omit that who is in heaven. So in other words, he's talking about how he descended from heaven. Not that he was born, but he descended from heaven. John is kind of like this weird, slightly Gnostic gospel that kind of blends a lot of stuff together. It's really strange. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. But there goes the story of Jesus in Bethlehem. Completely gone. Bethlehem isn't mentioned at all in John.
So the Bible is different recollections of memory. It's different people telling their story.
Are you sure?
Different. Yes, 100%.
Because it never says in the Gospels that the authors are people who even saw this. As I said earlier, that's just church tradition.
Yes, it is. John, Peter, they were all there with Jesus.
Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense because Acts 4:13 says that they're illiterate. So how are they writing it down? Especially in a language that they didn't even speak. That's weird.
All right.
So yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear that these Gospels are not written by anybody who was actually there.
All right. I'm not going to get upset. I'm going to understand that we're not going to really agree here.
Well, it sounds like you're arguing for the infallibility, but now you're recognizing that there's no infallibility. I understand that there's a lot to take in.
There's no infallibility. It's
well,
just
you admitted that there's errors, so that makes it fallible. Infallibility implies that there are no errors.
All right, I'm going to agree that we're not going to agree on anything. I'm going to stop here.
You've already agreed that there were errors in the Bible. We do agree upon things. Why are you walking away? We agree upon things.
Because I have a strong belief in my faith.
It sounds like what you're doing now is called cognitive dissonance. You're having a hard time seeing and accepting what's going on in front of your face because you've never actually read these verses and actually looked at and thought about what they actually mean and how they contradict and pose a giant problem. And you don't like it because it's making you feel uncomfortable. It's okay. I understand that uncomfortability happens. But nevertheless, we can still have a conversation. It is okay. No one's making fun of you. And the only reason that people would make fun of you is if you ran away from looking at what's going on here.
All right, I'm looking at what's going on, but I really do have a strong belief. I believe in God.
I'm not saying anything about God. I haven't said anything about God. I haven't. I'm just simply saying that these books are very clearly books that don't line up with each other because they're talking about mythology. I mean, you can believe in a god, but not believe that Zeus is on top of Mount Olympus throwing lightning bolts, right?
All right.
Like you can believe in a god, but also understand that there's mythology that exists, right?
Listen, man.
Right?
I have.
I mean, am I
with God in my life? He's walked.
That's great. That's great. I haven't said anything about God. I haven't said anything about whether or not God exists.
I understand that.
I haven't.
I'm just telling you how I feel
please,
about it.
Please answer the question. You can understand that God exists, but still understand that mythology is like something that people write. Like it's a thing. Yeah, it's a genre. Yes. So God can exist.
Are flawed, yes.
God can exist, but the New Testament also be mythology. There's no requirement whatsoever that Jesus be a real human being who walked on this planet in order to make God a real concept. God can be a real concept and still Jesus didn't exist. Right? There's no requirement in the Bible that Jesus has to be real.
There is a requirement because he is the Lord and the life and the Savior.
No, he doesn't. Does it say that anywhere in the Old Testament?
It says Genesis chapter 3, I believe.
Genesis chapter 3 does not mention anything about Jesus or anything like that.
It doesn't say Jesus. It says, it might not be chapter 3, but it says that the Son of Woman will have a
animosity towards snakes.
Animosity
towards,
Son of Evil, and he will crush.
It does
his
not
head.
say the Son of Evil.
Whatever it is.
It just talks about the descendant of snakes, and it talks about the descendant of a woman. Yeah.
The devil, Satan.
It does not say the devil or Satan there.
Okay, so we can agree that it was Satan or
No.
the devil who
No.
deceived Eve.
No, it doesn't say that. It
So
literally just says
the New Testament now.
I've been disagreeing with the New Testament the entire time. In fact, in the Old Testament, it explicitly says that the serpent was an animal. That's all that it was. In fact, if it was Satan himself possessing an animal, well, then why does the animal suddenly get a physical change? Because all of a sudden he's got to crawl on his belly now. Why is that the case? Yeah, well, that's really dumb, because if Satan comes into an animal and an animal isn't a human or anything like that and can't even stop Satan from doing it, then why does the animal get punished? That doesn't make any sense. So very clearly, this is just an animal. That's all that it is. It is just stories from people trying to talk about why people and animals, or people and snakes specifically, don't usually get along. And that's how that works. That is all it is. It is not any kind of claim that there is a fallen angel or anything like that is involved. It's not a thing. That's just something that shows up much, much later. So if you're trying to appeal to the Old Testament for any kind of help here, it's not going to go anywhere. There's no requirement that Jesus be a real thing at all for the entire Old Testament to be intact. That's why, and this is true, there are Jewish people that don't accept the New Testament. An entire religion is based on the idea that the New Testament is pretty much hogwash and the Old Testament is fine. There is no requirement that Jesus be a real person to like believe in God. None.
So, yeah, of course, there is no requirement to believe in Jesus, but that's a whole different religion. We're talking about Christianity here. We're talking about our beliefs and our faith, which someone just put in the chat. Faith is a belief in something that you cannot see and there's no evidence of.
Faith is an excuse that people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. So yeah, there you go. In fact, all religions have faith. And if you were to line up everybody or get everybody together on this planet who have some kind of faith, and you take a giant red pen and you circle around the people who you think have the correct faith, the total amount of people outside of that circle would outnumber the people inside of it. That means, statistically speaking, faith points you in the wrong direction. So I don't care. I don't care if you have a faith. I don't care if Kevin down the street has a faith. I don't care if the person St. Thomas above you there on the panel here on TikTok, if he has faith. I don't care. That has nothing to do with whether or not Jesus actually existed. And that's the topic here. And I'm trying to separate the concept of a belief in a God, which you keep appealing to, from the topic at hand, which is Jesus' existence. The New Testament is mythology. It is fictional. This did not happen. There are elements of the story that are real, like places or people, like leaders and stuff like that. But just like Harry Potter or Spider-Man, you can have a place that exists, like London or New York. You can have people who exist, like the Prime Minister of the UK in the 90s, or Barack Obama who meets Peter Parker. Those are fine, but that does not make Harry Potter or Spider-Man real. It is still a comic book. It is still fictional. That's how that works. All right? So, please, lose the concept of this Jesus thing because it's not a real thing. If you like the story, cool. I'm glad you like a book. But it's not a real story.
All right, well, I have faith in Jesus, my Lord and Savior.
Sounds good. All right. Really fast to the super chat there. We've got, let's see. Oh my God. $1.99 from the Prototype 1619 who says, "Happy Mezzo Day, Mr. Hat." By the way, I'm not doing the. There's no more mezzo. There's no more mezzo. Well, I mean, there is mezzo, and you should follow mezzo because mezzo is cool. But like, that's not what I'm talking about. We're not talking about mezzo today. We're not talking about mezzo today. Should probably already go ahead and erase the cute stuff too. Anyways, that's not what we're talking about. And also, it's not my birthday. Stop saying happy birthday. All right, $4.99 from. Oh God. Good engineer. All right, $4.99. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. I guess Steelometry, heathen. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday to you, I guess. Steelometry, heathen. Gotta go wash my Beatus wheels. What are Beatus wheels? What are even... What the hell is even that? I'm assuming it's some kind of a walker or a wheelchair or some shit. Anyways, okay. $2 there from Zeno Lapudre. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, friend. Queefing for Christ. Okay, no, we're not. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. It's not my birthday. Stop saying that. All right, $2 from Elope Nope says the power of queef compels you. What's amazing about that is that you guys somehow have reached down into the depths of depravity and continued to come up with creative ways to insert the Q word into the super chats. Like, I'm just kind of impressed. I'm not even mad. I don't like it. But I'm not, it's not my birthday. Stop saying that in the chat. All right. St. Thomas, what you got? What you got? Jesus Christ.
How we doing?
Doing good. What we got?
Good.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, so I was just really more interested in finding out what the evidence was for his non-existence, because
the stories of the New Testament do not line up with each other, nor do they line up with geography of the time, Jewish theology of the time, contemporaries' accounts of the time, history of the time, or archaeology of the time. Let's see. They also pull from existing sources like the works of Josephus, the Septuagint, the Bacchae, the Odyssey sometimes. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different stuff. The supernatural tropes are pulled from prior deities like Serapis, Asclepius, Dionysus, Orion. Yeah. It's pretty obvious that this is just not a real story. It's written in third-person omniscient, where you're able to hear behind walls, which would be indicative of fiction. And on top of that, the first gospel is actually published a little more than 100 years after the supposed death of Jesus, published by a man who didn't think Jesus was a human being. And prior to that, Christians were mentioned, but not with a Jesus or a Paul concept. So there you go. And also, historians are interpolated into by later Christians.
All of the guys, Tacitus, Josephus.
Yep, that's what I was just handling right there. Historians are actually, they're interpolated into by Christians. For Josephus, we can see that he's interpolated into by Eusebius, an admitted liar writing a little over 200 years after the death of Josephus. Let's see here. And for Tacitus, we don't know who interpolated into it, but it's sometime between the beginning of the 3rd century and the early 5th century, which is the first time that a Tacitus line about Christ is actually mentioned by anybody. Prior to that, Tertullian, who is the first Christian that we know of who writes in Latin around 200, alludes to Tacitus and talks about the material that he's talking about there, where Nero blamed the Christians for the fire in Rome, but nevertheless does not mention any kind of line about how Tacitus said anything about Christ, because that's just not in the text quite yet. That line also includes a bunch of errors, like it calling Pontius Pilate a procurator when there was no procurator of Judea until the decade after Pilate was dismissed. He was a prefect. We know this from the Pilate stone. Also on top of that, let's see, it calls this Jesus character Christus, which is a title, not a name, and wouldn't have been on any kind of arrest record or crucifixion record. Hell, Pilate, according to the Gospels, doesn't even put the word Christ above his head on the cross. So, yeah, no, it's very clearly an interpolation from a later Christian.
Yeah, I've got a problem with that because, number one, I think if all these guys got together to agree about something that didn't exist, it's a little bit highly unlikely. And
it's almost as if people back then believed in deities without any evidence that they existed.
True, but
I mean, Josephus himself at the beginning of Antiquities of the Jews talks about Heracles or Hercules as if he was real. So
sure, but these guys, some of these guys weren't actually followers of Jesus. So what was in it for them?
Was Josephus a follower of Hercules?
Sorry?
Was Josephus a follower of Hercules?
No, I'm saying these guys.
Well, see how like you can talk about someone as if they exist, even though they don't, even though you don't follow the religion that worships them. So I just gave you an example, and then you proceeded to give an example just like it. Josephus talks about Hercules. That doesn't make Hercules real.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that we're talking about this particular character.
Just like Hercules, who didn't exist. True. Okay. And then other people who don't follow that religion or worship him mention him as if he's real. Later on, that doesn't make him real.
And also another question for you.
Okay.
Same
do you see how that's the same fucking argument? You're saying, well, other people who weren't actually Christian mentioned Jesus after the Christians mentioned him. Cool. And Josephus, who wasn't a Hellenic, he wasn't Hellenic. He mentions Hercules after the Greeks talk about him, even though he's not Hellenic. How that works, man. Back then, you didn't necessarily sit around saying, oh, your God doesn't exist. They would just kind of talk about the theology or the concept of the concepts that this God brings and stuff like that. It's very uncommon to actually find anybody saying your God straight up does not exist back then.
Yeah, but also you got to remember that in those times, number one, you would have had to be talking only about the emperor being a god. Or
no,
if you were,
that is not accurate.
No, in that way,
no,
you'd be talking about
no, not at all. There are multiple cults. Because there are multiple gods that were being worshipped and cults surrounding those gods that favored one particular god. That does not require that they also worship the emperor or something like that. The imperial cult is different.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that these guys wouldn't go out.
Who's these guys?
The people that we're talking about in this period of time who were reporting, people
who?
Like Tacitus, people like Josephus, including the disciples, by the way, who had nothing to gain.
We don't have any evidence that the disciples actually lived. No one outside of Christianity ever mentions any of the 13 disciples mentioned in the New Testament, nor Paul for that matter.
Paul does.
Mm-mm. There's no mention of Paul outside of Christianity or somebody talking to a Christian about what they believe. Like explicitly referring to like text from the Christians.
And also church history. And
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's Christianity. And also from the 2nd century. The first time that Paul gets mentioned is about roughly 80 years after his supposed death. The first time Jesus gets mentioned is roughly 114 years after his supposed death. That's not good.
Yeah, but the fact is, people, and you mentioned that the guys closer to the time probably weren't educated. After periods of time, as documents became more available, people started writing stuff down, people who could write. So
okay, so you think Jesus, as presented in the New Testament, had so he had talked to 5,000 people on the side of the mountain. 3 to 5% of that population could read or write. If you just whittle that down to just 3%, that's 150 people who he talked to in one day who could have wrote about it. And we don't have shit from any contemporaries.
Who could have wrote about Jesus?
If Jesus talked to 5,000 people on the side of a mountain, as Matthew suggests, then that's 150 people minimum who were able to write about it.
Yeah, but how many of those?
And we don't have how many of them knew other people who could write about how somebody pulled 5,000 people over to this side of a mountain? That's an insane pull back then. That's like 8 to 10% of Jerusalem. So yeah, that's pretty fucking wild. That being said, no contemporary ever mentions Jesus. Say what?
That's possible.
Say what?
If we've got 2 smart guys in that crowd and they wrote it down.
Okay. Well, where's the contemporary evidence of Jesus? You're saying that they didn't write about him until later. Well, unfortunately, I don't know what to tell you. No contemporary of Jesus starts writing about him. No one ever says, I was there. Not even the Gospels try to claim that the author was actually there. The Gospels don't even try to claim to be written by people in the 1st century, let alone people who were actually there.
So talk to me about the manuscripts then.
What manuscripts? The earliest manuscripts of the New Testament date to about the 3rd to 4th century. The earliest fragment is P52, which is about the size of a credit card, front and back of the Gospel of John, a couple verses, and it dates to about 200, according to the John Rylands Research Institute and Library at the University of Manchester, where a P52 is housed.
And there's more of those documents you just mentioned, those fragments.
Yeah,
than
cool.
there
The
are for
earliest one is
any other
200.
book of antiquity.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a massive religion that has a desire to keep these things. That doesn't
But
make any
it's
fucking
there. I
sense,
mean,
dude.
archaeologists have found them, dude. It's not like, oh yeah, it's wishful thinking or
Cool, man.
pie in the
I'm
sky.
not trying to deny that the biggest religion on the planet has documents for their religion. Okay, cool. The oldest of these date to 200. That's not great.
They're not. It's not great, but they're there. They exist,
Yep,
and
I'm
they
aware that
all
they
point,
exist. That's
and
not
and
evidence
they're
for
all
Jesus.
pointing to the
There's
same thing.
also
So
there's
imagine.
also there's also fragments and manuscripts for things like the Iliad or the Odyssey. That doesn't mean
True,
shit, dude. Like I don't care.
true. But
Sweet.
when
So the
you look at
content itself is how we figure out whether or not they exist, not how many copies exist. The amount of copies of something does not make it real. Otherwise, we'd be thinking that Harry Potter was real. Do you have any evidence to suggest that Jesus actually existed? Appealing to the numbers of copies of a book does not do anything.
so the problem I have
Mm-hmm.
is that number one
Is that you don't
today.
understand how to argue for the evidence of somebody, and you just kind of keep
No,
appealing to
I'm
things?
just throwing this out there.
Oh, okay.
Christ before Jesus. Is that when you get people who on this very live to agree on pretty much anything is going to be a mission. But to get all of the
I don't know. We've got
who's-
411 people there on TikTok. We've got 280 people on YouTube. A lot of them agree with what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know
Do
you've
you
got
have any
fans. I
evidence
know
for
you've got
Jesus or
fans.
Paul, or would you like to continue just talking about the meta here?
No, all I'm saying is that
Just provide the evidence for it, man. Skip ahead a couple chapters.
no, I'm enjoying the combo, bro. I'm
That's
chopping
not
it
a
up.
problem, but I've got some other people who want to come up and provide evidence for Jesus. Skip to your evidence for Jesus.
Okay, I was hoping you would dissuade me, but maybe not.
From giving
But yeah,
evidence?
thanks for your time.
You wanted me to dissuade you from giving evidence?
No, I wanted you to dissuade me from saying that these guys existed.
Okay. Well, you provided no evidence, and I showed you evidence as to why they didn't. If you are unconvinced when you stare evidence in the face without any supporting evidence for your side, that's on you, bro.
Yeah.
Do you have
I'm not
anything
sure
else,
about
or
that.
would you like for me to go ahead and knock you back down to the chat?
No, I'm done.
Sounds
Thanks for your
good.
time.
All right. We've got looks like text or something. Text.
Yeah, close enough.
Okay, what you got?
Thank you. Well, let me throw out what I was looking to talk about, and then you can decide whether we want to get into it or not, because it's a little bit different from the
Well,
straight dichotomy.
as long as it's
between-
on topic, then we can talk about it.
Yeah, because it's a little bit more of a synthesis, I guess, between your view, the scientific epistemic view, and the discernment view that's getting presented from the religious standpoint. And I guess, yeah, what I really wanted to discuss to some extent from a religious viewpoint, it doesn't really matter if these people existed or not, because it's a different methodology.
That's why I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about history. Do you have any evidence that they existed?
I'm sorry, say the last part again.
I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about history. Do you have any evidence that they existed, or would you like to hear the evidence for why they didn't exist? I'm not telling anybody what religion they should be or what they shouldn't be. I'm just saying that these people that's presented in the text did not exist. If there was a whole bunch of people that thought that Harry Potter was real, I'd be up here saying that Harry Potter didn't exist.
True. Well, I think that the only evidence that I've seen physically of Jesus existing was, I think it was Josephus, and he mentioned it earlier about him being mentioned. And that's the only evidence that I've seen. Nothing miraculous. And I agree with you that there's nothing outside of the Christian faith and doxa that points to any reference to Paul or anybody else. 100% agree with all that stuff. The point that I wanted to come up was about I just came to the realization of why people are so tenacious about hanging on to a religious view, and I wanted to share it. But it isn't a strict fit to what your prompt is. So if you'd rather not, then I'm totally good with that.
I mean, if you're talking about Jesus and Paul and their existence, then that's fine. What is your take? Can you summarize it pretty quickly?
Yeah, I can. Just to give you a really quick background on me, and this will take 2 seconds, is that I was like a hardcore Christian for like 10 years. And before that, I didn't grow up in Christianity and avoided it at all costs. And then finally, at one point, I faced into it and went through the whole gauntlet. And then I left Christianity. I went back to school. I studied physics and mathematics and have totally abandoned it since then. And I really didn't understand the logic of religions in general, or Christianity even in particular. But I was studying out the Mozi lately. They're a Chinese philosophical group during the Warring States period, because what led me to this was I was curious about how did logic get constructed in the East, in Asia, say in China or other places.
We are drifting way too far away from the historical context, man. And you also said this would take 2 seconds. I think we're up to like 45. Well, what,
okay. Well,
dude? Just really, no, just can you summarize what your point was? Like, just skip,
it's
not the stuff about you, but just what you found or what your stance is.
The point is that I was trying to find what do they have as a representation for Aristotelian logic, which is the basis for our scientific method, right? Which is what we're arguing as an epistemology.
It's not what we're arguing. We're arguing over the existence of two people.
Fair. Let me rephrase it then. What I'm observing is that in science there's a certain epistemology, and I was trying to understand what is that religious epistemology.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on. Noah. Oh, gawk. Well, what you got there, Noah? All right. Noah left. Love. How's it going, Love?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man? You can hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
I like that. I'm gonna be very quick. I know you like to get to the point. You know what I mean?
Well, the last guy said that he was going to take 2 seconds to explain his background, and he went on some spiel about how he, I don't know, did ayahuasca in China or something. I don't know.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
So what's your take?
Okay, my take is this is to in general to everybody, to you, to the other side of believers, whatever. If you have to argue or try to prove to somebody if Jesus existed, if the Bible this, that means you are a baby in this spiritual understanding. Why I say that is because it's not about Jesus existed, John existed, if he's black, white, this, that. It has nothing to do with that. If you are arguing about that, that means you are being set up.
No, it means that you're, yeah, it's almost as like when you come onto a live that is talking about a particular topic, you're being set up to talk about that topic. If you don't want to talk about that topic, don't request up. That's how that works.
No. It's not about talking about him.
Yeah, it is, because that's literally what the point of this live is.
Yeah, no. I'm not talking about this life. I'm talking about in general in the world. What there's a lot of people who argue about, oh, Jesus this, Jesus black, is Jesus the Messiah? Was he born out of virgin? You know the argument. There's a million arguments about it. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, if you are sitting about trying to prove to somebody, arguing about this, a lot of contradict things, that means you have no clue about spiritual understanding. Trust me. That doesn't mean you're not a good person. That doesn't mean you have this this passion or you want to know. But it's bigger than that. It's not about if Jesus existed. It's about the message of the universe as overall. There's a universal law. There's one law. There's one thing. If you are arguing about these,
Marv 3400, what you got?
Hey, I'll be quick about this. I sent you a super chat earlier regarding.
Oh God, which one? Is it the first one? Oh yeah, they're the first one. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, my bad. So I sent you a super chat earlier regarding the use of the Hebrew Bible and the Pauline epistles released by Marcion. The reason I brought that up is because in the antithesis, Marcion basically explicitly says that these are not the same deity, Yahweh, and God the Father.
Right.
Do you believe that because basically, would it not be in a way against Marcion's own theology to make use of a source that's believed to be inspired by Yahweh? Right? You get what I'm saying? Like, would that not imply a non-Marcionitic origin to those epistles?
I'm not really sure. So when you read the epistles, are you reading the Marcionite version of them?
Well, okay, so I searched that too. So even this is according to what I could find on GPT and Google. There are even some of the earliest versions of it do have references to the Hebrew Bible,
Well,
right?
right. There's references to the Hebrew Bible.
As in not just references, but as
Like,
in
give me an
like
example. Give
version.
me an example of
I got
something
you.
that Marcion is arguing for in his version of the Pauline epistles. I don't know where that sound is coming from there. Give me an example of something that is being argued for in Marcion's Pauline epistles using the Hebrew Bible
Give me
that is
just a
in
sec.
there.
I'm gonna click off the app and come back on really fast.
Okay, no problem. And by the way, while he's taking a quick look, I wanted to quickly $1.99 from a Poi Pirate says, "Happy Queef Day." It's not a day. It's not a day. And then $2.79 Canadian from Serenity Serpent says, "Wait for the queefing turkeys." W community, W queefs. I really, really, I'm. I've already had it up to here with the fucking TikTok like what is it? It's like the audio song playing things where you can play music or whatever. Those are awful. But I mean, they truly are because they completely disrupt the thing. It's to the point to where I was considering just flat out blocking anybody who suggests it or who plays one. But the turkeys. There are so many ways that people find, and I think they enjoy to find, to annoy me while trying to talk to people on this chat. Okay. $1.99 says it is a day. That's from Prototype 1619. It's not. All right, Marv, what'd you find?
Yeah. So if you check First Corinthians chapter 9, verse 8 through 10, which from I looked at it, from what I researched, is
So
believed to be
this is give me one second. This is First Corinthians what?
9, verse 8 through 10.
All right, give me one second here. We're looking at First Corinthians 9, 8 through 10.
Yeah.
Okay, and
it references Moses and Moses' laws.
Right? Yeah.
But if Marcion did not believe in the same God that Moses did, why would his character reference Moses? Why would that be relevant to anything that he believes in theologically?
I mean, he's still obviously pulling from the Septuagint.
Like in general, like that's where his general theology comes from, as a Marcionite.
I mean, not a general theology, but like he's still like he's trying to pull people away from it. So I mean, it's kind of like an internal critique. He's still talking about it. Like he's still going to reference it. That's like saying, oh hey, if you don't believe in Jesus, why are you bringing up the Gospels? It's like, well, because that's where he is. That's the content.
I guess that's a fair argument.
So in that section there, let's see. It says, even if the law does not say these things explicitly, for in the law of Moses it is written, you will not muzzle a threshing bull. Is it for bulls that God cares, or entirely regarding us that he speaks? It was written regarding us because the one who plows ought to plow with hope. Yeah, and so this is a section that is in there according to Badoon's take on this. Let me actually see what his notes on that are. So 1 Corinthians 9, 8 through 10. So let's see here. Even if the law is suggesting, okay. Interesting. Okay, so looks like P46 manuscript P46 is the only Greek manuscript to agree with this shorter text. It says in verses 8 through 9, which is what it explicitly talks about, like the law of Moses therein. It says manuscripts V and M of Epiphanius accepted as valid text. Let's see. altered that line. For in place of "does not the law also say about these things," he says, "even if the law of Moses does not say these things." This suggests two variants in Marcion's text of verse 8. The addition of the conditional "if" and the addition of Moses.
Okay.
Let's see. So there's a couple different versions of Marcion's text, apparently. Let's see here.
Okay. That.
So
Okay.
the quotation in verse 9 is of Deuteronomy 25:4, and is noteworthy that Marcion did not excise. What? I don't know what that other person was talking about. It is noteworthy that Marcion did not excise, as his critics would expect, a direct quote of the law of Moses, which Paul cites authoritatively, attributes to God, and interprets allegorically, all of which would appear to be diametrically opposed to the views of Marcion as their sources represent them. When Epiphanius includes in his comments, he may be quoting his own text of Paul rather than Marcion's.
Very well. Okay.
So there's times that. So this is one of these instances where, because we are relying upon a reconstruction, they will tell you the gist of what verses are in there and what verses aren't. But the way that they will approach certain concepts will be through their own lens. For instance, if Marcion said crest instead of Christ, someone later on who's talking about what Marcion is talking about might choose to use the word Christ in their response to Marcion, because that's what that's their title for Jesus. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he explicitly said that. What we have from Marcion is more of an idea, like in the reconstructions of Marcion, is more of an idea as to like what verses we can feel pretty confident were in there in some way, shape, or form, and what verses we can feel fairly confident weren't in there in some way, shape, or form. It's not necessarily direct. So when we take a look at or it's not exact, if that makes sense. Like if it says Christ, it may have said crest initially. We don't know. But when we dive into these things, there for the Apostolicon, there is like Jason Badoon gives us. What's really important is to take a look at the notes and see how sure can we be that this is the line that was put in there. Do multiple people attest to it? Are there multiple versions that they seem to be quoting? That kind of thing. Does it seem like some of their theology is kind of leaking through in these quotes or in these refutations to Marcion? That's the problem. So it's very important to not only take a look at the Marcionite version of Pauline epistles, but then take a look at the notes from the scholars that are doing the reconstruction to see how good we can or how confident we can be that this is exactly what's being talked about here. So it seems that it's very possible that Marcion didn't actually say or he wasn't really appealing to the laws of Moses, but rather just mentioned that they were there because it was common knowledge that he would have access to the Septuagint. Definitely. I mean, I don't really
Can we all agree on
know how else he would have much knowledge of Yahweh in general if he didn't have the Septuagint.
Yeah. So a lot like so when researching this, and I did my initial reaction to this information when it was like, oh well, how could the epistles be from Marcion if he doesn't believe in Yahweh, but he like treats Yahweh or the Hebrew Bible as an authority which comes from Yahweh.
Yeah.
And I thought about it and I was like, okay, that is something worth looking into. My first impression was that these might be interpolations, these might be edits. And the reason I thought that is because a lot of these arguments in which, Marcion is being accused of using Yahweh as an authority while rejecting him come from Tertullian.
Right.
And, obviously he's an ideologue, he's anti-Marcionite, all that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I really wasn't trustworthy of it. And I found a few in which I think, obviously you just did a better search of it than me, and I appreciate and I'll update my research methods moving forward. But that was like just one of them in which I genuinely found a consensus that it might have been Marcion's work. But now that it likely wasn't,
Well, when we do reconstructions, we try to find anything that is attested to in some way, shape, or form, and so we put it into the text. And sometimes, especially if you do like Google AI stuff, it's gonna see that verse is included if you read through, because like the way the Badoon does it is he says this is everything that we have like at least one attestation to, and so it's probably the AI is probably seeing that, oh, that line is mentioned in that verse, so therefore this is what Marcion said. But if you go to the notes, it will talk about how, while yeah, that may have been attested to by one source, it probably wasn't in there or could have been different in some way.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So that's why scholars put so many different notes whenever they're doing these kind of reconstructions, because they're having to explain where they got this and how sure they are of this particular line or this particular line.
Before I go, who did the notes that you just read off of?
This is all from scholar Jason Badoon's The First New Testament. I would highly recommend that book. Obviously, M. David Litva, Matthew and I really like him as well, and he likes us as well, which is cool. But he has some work on Marcion's Apostolicon or Apostolos, I think is what he calls it, or something like that. But the point is, he has his own reconstructions of these as well, but we've used Jason Badoon's because it seems it's very approachable. It's also been around, I think, since about 2013, 2012 or something like that. But it's been something that we've referred to quite a bit in our research with coming out with the book.
You know, in last comment, it is like, now that I'm thinking about it in totality, like it is kind of just exceptionally like just foul to me that the likes of Tertullian and Irenaeus are just that so much of the theological arguments against Marcion and against Paul are just fabrications and bastardizations of his own works. That just seems so stupid to me.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. It's like in my head, I can't believe it, but it seems to be the only explanation, which is parsimonious to this entire story, right? But,
yeah, I mean we are relying upon somebody who doesn't like Marcion for the works of Marcion. And I know that some people have pointed that out and been like, you can't trust it. And it's like, well, they're still giving the gist of what's in there. I mean, it wouldn't be in their best interest to say, oh, hey, Marcion has this line if he didn't have it really, or at least talks about this verse, or like say that he had it if he didn't. But it's the issue is that through the lens of these later writers who were much more developed in their theology and obviously very anti-Marcionite and very Christian and stuff like that, they were very Catholic. They
turning me off. I'm waiting for my turn.
Yeah, cool. They they are clearly going to be using certain terms or certain phrases that might be more like colloquial to them and their time, as opposed to Marcion's actual text, if that makes sense.
All right, then.
Not to mention, again, as Badoon said, some of these things imply that there's multiple versions of Marcion's text. I mean, if we have multiple copies or different variations of the New Testament as we have it today, then it makes sense that Marcion's wouldn't stay pure either, even if it was Marcionite. You know what I mean? So, like, there's a very good chance that somebody later on had just some later version that was slightly edited before it got to Tertullian. You know what I mean? So, I mean... you're kind of just stabbing in the dark. Yeah, it's all over the place.
All right then. All right, I appreciate your time.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks very much. That was a Marv 3400, everybody, and I'm gonna send him off with a little bit of this.
Pull the lever, Gronk.
He dropped himself. Son of a bitch. Anyways, thank you very much for coming up there, man. Okay, so King K13, it looks like. What you got?
Yes, so I can turn my camera on and talk now. I've been waiting so patiently for that.
Okay, what you got?
Well, what we're saying, Jesus and Paul never existed.
Yep.
Like I said, that is like saying me and you didn't exist for
the
next 2,000 years. But what I was going to say while you've been discussing that with Marv is we can all agree on one thing, that the book itself has been written by humans, by man, possibly women, and it's been edited over the years again by the same men, not the same men and women, but obviously generations after, men and women.
There's about a 0% chance that any women were really involved with the New Testament, but I mean...
How do you know? How could you prove that?
I said about a 0% chance, considering the fact that it is fairly misogynistic, and generally speaking, the church fathers who these people are pointing to, especially for their ability to write, would have had more of a hand on it than a woman, generally speaking. Not to mention, most women back then were not educated enough to write like religious treatises in Greek. Like, what are you talking about?
What I'm trying to say is people wrote the book. So you
Sure.
could write the book. You could literally take the book now as it is, edit it how you wanted it, and make it a new book. You could take verses out, you could put verses in.
Sounds good. So what's your evidence for Jesus or Paul?
What's that?
What's your evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Well, there's no evidence for Jesus or Paul besides from what's in the book and what other people have wrote.
Sounds good. And how did you determine that the book was historically reliable?
Well, you're saying that the book was written by men, so if that's the case, and they were all
okay, cool. Yep. What we're trying to talk about is whether or not they existed. I'm not necessarily getting on here and saying, oh, hey, the book is written by men. I mean, we all kind of knew that it was. I mean, it wasn't written by a fucking like T-Rex. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Now, that being said, how did you determine that the New Testament was historically reliable when talking about Jesus or Paul?
Again, that's not why I've come on here. I've come on.
Well, that's the topic of the live. So if you came up here for a completely different topic than the live is over, then I don't know what to tell you, man.
What I'm saying is, none of us physically alive now can prove whether Jesus or Paul actually existed.
Yeah, we can. No, we can. We can. I can absolutely say that the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament, even the natural Jesus that's presented in the New Testament, didn't exist, because you cannot be born 10 years before you're born. In the Gospel of Matthew, it says that Jesus is born during the reign of King Herod, who died 10 years before the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who is reigning and has the census that Jesus is born during in Luke. So I don't know what to tell you.
On that comment, if Jesus was born 10 days before...
No, 10 years.
Or 10 years.
Yeah.
When did Caesar change the calendar? When was time
Caesar
actually invented?
didn't
When
change
was
the
calendar actually invented?
Which calendar?
Any calendar, the Aztec calendar, the Mayans calendar.
All right, cool. Well, that doesn't have anything to do with Jesus. So, anyways, as far as Jesus' existence goes, which is what we're talking about. Awesome. Well, unfortunately, regardless of what calendar you use, Quirinius the governor, I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter which one you use. Quirinius did not reign at the same time that Herod was alive. I don't know what
I'm trying to say. Man has changed.
I understand, but I want you to show me any calendar at all, or any version of a calendar, or any early version of a calendar that would somehow include Quirinius, the governor of Syria, reigning after Herod Archelaus was dismissed. And the only reason Herod Archelaus was even reigning before he was dismissed was because his dad had died, and that's Herod the Great. So again, that's like saying that someone is born during the presidency of Bill Clinton and also the presidency of Obama. There's an entire George Bush between them. That they didn't reign at the same time. I don't care if you're looking at the Aztec calendar. I don't care if you're looking at the Mayan calendar. I don't care if you're looking at the Zodiac calendar, the Jewish calendar, the Julian calendar, the fucking Gregorian calendar. It doesn't matter. They weren't president at the same time. So I don't know what to tell you. Like, it doesn't matter.
The book's been edited over the years, and there's different Bible.
There is no evidence whatsoever that that particular verse was edited.
Depending on the time.
No, the oldest codex for all the oldest codices for the Greek New Testament shows that Matthew was talking about Herod the Great. Luke was talking about Quirinius, the governor of Syria. It's not an edit later on, and if you think that it was some kind of change in the 3rd century for the oldest codex, then that means that we don't have any idea what was in the Bible at all. And that all of it is just bullshit, or we can just dismiss all of it as bullshit because we don't have any evidence that that was actually what was written initially, and you're suggesting that it was potentially changed. If the oldest version of the Bible that we have, the oldest copies, the oldest texts, the oldest manuscripts, are in fact corrupted, then the Bible is corrupted. That's how that works.
Well, that could be true.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's what you want to appeal to, then I guess it's out the window. Did you have anything at all to suggest that Jesus or Paul existed?
Yeah, what if Jesus came back today? What if he just showed up?
That would mean that he showed up today. That wouldn't have anything to do with 2,000 years ago.
That could prove that he existed 2,000 years ago, though, right?
No, it would prove that he's alive today. If Jesus was next to me, that would mean that Jesus is next to me. That doesn't suddenly mean that he existed 2,000 years ago. That's dumb as shit. You should feel like shit for even bringing it up.
But then you would believe that, wouldn't you? If Jesus came back and said, I did exist 2,000 years ago, would you believe it or would you not?
No, that wouldn't, unless he gives some kind of evidence that he existed 2,000 years ago. If you introduce me to your sibling, I will acknowledge that your sibling exists. But then if you told me that they existed 2,000 years ago and the proof is that I'm looking at them, I would think that you're a moron, kind of like I do now, because there's no evidence that you're giving me that suggests that they existed 2,000 years ago. That's a completely different set of evidence than whether or not I can see them in front of my face. That's not how that works.
Yeah, but if there was an Antichrist or a Christ that came back today...
Cool. That has nothing to do with whether or not Jesus existed 2,000 years ago. Do you have any evidence for that?
Like I said, from the start, nobody has any evidence.
You know? Okay, well then I guess it's not a very good thing to be arguing then. All right. Let's see here. Moving on here. Let's see. Okay. All right, Jake, $1.99 there on Super Chat says Kalkun din Twitterfis. Okay. Ja, ligger rett i. Jeg liker ikke det. All right. All right. So hard work, $4.99 says, point him to Litva or he'll be lost on Marcion. He has a few different courses on his writings in life and theology. Lots of bad info on the web. Definitely, Litva does a really good job of explaining a lot of stuff when it comes to Marcion. He's, again, more up-to-date than Badoon. It's just the reason I suggest Badoon is because Badoon's book is not too terribly expensive, not to mention it's been around for a little bit, so you can get like older copies and stuff like that for a little cheaper. But and it's pretty easy to read as well. But Litva does a fantastic job. Litva does a fantastic job. So if you want to check him out, you can. Anyways, let's see. $2 from Zeno Lapudre says, oh my God. I'm not gonna... Gratulere med kulken og fittifisdagen. Fittifisdagen? What? That does... You're making up words now. Fittifis was already a made-up word. Fittifisdagen is... Anyways. $1.99. Dan Schwartz, 93.94 says, happy B-Day. Use this S-chat to redeem one free quick. Okay. $1.99 from the prototype says, you never cook me sausage on an open flame. You can't win me back that way. You can't win me back. You can't. You're not gonna put a whole bunch of weird BS there in the super chats and then somehow be like, you never take me to Bangladesh. Like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Sausage on an open flame. Sorry. All right. No. Stop it. Never annoy me with oil, never write me a novel. Okay. We're not doing that. You never poison the mojitos of my enemies. Okay. You, me, and the kids. What do we got?
Hey, okay, so I don't disagree with you. I just want to ask you a question. Have you ever thought about John the Baptist and his link to what would probably be how people interpreted Jesus Christ back in the day? So, for example, John the Baptist had a major following. He taught about, hey, let's do all these good things. And out of all of the guys kind of around that time, he's kind of the only one that actually has like significant, semi-significant historical data that says he probably existed as a person. Did he do all the magic? Well, he didn't really talk about doing the magic in the Bible. It didn't talk about him
who?
doing magic. John the Baptist.
John the Baptist doesn't do magic.
Correct. And so my theory, and if we look at Flavius, so a Jewish historian back in the day around that era, basically came out and showed that, hey, he basically did what Jesus did in the Bible without the magic, right? He taught about doing good things. He taught about following this better spirit, but didn't have all these magical tendencies. Well, eventually when he was beheaded, it kind of turned him into a martyr. So I guess my theory is that, hey, it sounds like he kind of fits the Jesus character more as a real person, quote unquote, than this, what we perceive as Jesus today. So I was just talking about, and I'm going to read through your book. I'd love to read more about it. But I was wondering if anything about John the Baptist came up when you guys were doing research about maybe why you don't believe Jesus is real or Paul is real.
Wait. Was that an argument for Paul?
No, that was an argument that they were both wrong. And I think John the Baptist was basically his story about who he really was expanded into, hey, let's take John the Baptist and the stuff that he talked about and use it as a foundation to kind of convert the now Romans and like the people who are kind of believing in multiple gods. We have to create these new characters. Jesus and Paul seem to be these easy people to build off of what John the Baptist was teaching.
Gotcha. Well,
sorry, that's what I was asking. Is, hey, did John the Baptist ever come up, or did you guys ever?
Yeah, he definitely came up. In fact, my co-author, he believes that John the Baptist did not exist.
Oh, really?
Yeah. In fact, we've actually had arguments regarding this. I generally landed on the side that he probably existed. Most likely, I would say that he did. But my co-author said he didn't. We actually had a debate not too terribly long ago on a live from one of my friends, Ace, on TikTok, but on her live. But the thing is, we don't really have a lot of good evidence that John the Baptist existed. And there's a chance that the text itself in Josephus had been interpolated into, at least in parts, where people were editing things. Yeah. It's actually, after the debate between my co-author and I would definitely be open to the idea that John the Baptist did not exist.
No.
But, I mean, the reason why people tend to say that he existed, and the reason why I thought he existed, was because he's talked about in a pretty mundane way and in quite a bit of passages there in Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews. But I mean, I can't remember exactly what my co-author had said. Maybe we should put it in the next book, but there's a good chance that had been interpolated later and that people had been adding some material, because some of it just doesn't add up and some of it lines up pretty much exactly with what some of the people were trying to present John the Baptist later as. But it's pretty rough.
Yeah, definitely don't disagree. It's kind of one of those like, hey, if we're looking at shoestrings and saying, hey, what really could historically be a thing? We have a shred of evidence that, hey, he might have been a real person and he might have done the things that he said he did, or that the Bible said that he did. But outside of that, it's like, when we look at comparing him to like the historical findings of Jesus or Paul, it's like there's no shreds of evidence that really show if Jesus or Paul were real characters. Well, John the Baptist has at least something that he might have an evidence about. I think that's where kind of my head frame goes to, but I do appreciate, I'm excited to read your book.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I wonder if Ace has a recording of that debate there, because I can't remember the talking points. It's just, I generally would prior to this debate, I would say that John the Baptist existed, but I would say that I'm definitely on the fence about the idea. It's a little tough, but yeah.
Yeah. And then last question I had before, and I'll bounce out of this. In the Bible, are there characters in the Bible that you feel have more historical evidence?
Anyways, keep going.
More historical evidence than others, or somebody where you're like, hey, I feel like this person might be, not all the mystical parts of it, but hey, this person might actually have been a historical person of importance.
Like in the Bible?
Yeah, outside of like the kings and kind of the stuff that we can find evidence of outside of that.
Oh, I don't really know too terribly many people within the New Testament outside of the maybe Caiaphas.
Right on. Cool. No, that's I mean, I think you're on the same square I am. Is it's like Old Testament seems like there's more, kind of more where I can see some historical connection.
In a weird way, there is. In a weird way, to be fair, our current project is over the Book of Mormon, the Quran, and the Old Testament, and we're seeing that the Old Testament pulls from a lot of Greek mythology, like a lot.
Yeah, and
a lot.
that's kind of the nice part. So I grew up Mormon. I went on a mission and everything else, and when I came back, I had to walk away from it because I was like, oh, I don't believe in any of this. Like this is. I went to Nicaragua and I saw too much, and I'm like, okay, God just loves me more because I was born in the United States. Cool, I guess. Sent me away from that. But really, as I kind of expanded my studies and to see like, hey, is any of this actually real? Book of Mormon fell off immediately.
Well,
but then,
yeah,
like where it boiled down to was like, hey, like, well, what could possibly have been real in any of this? And why did people build this book? And my philosophy is, hey, if you say, hey, there's this guy that's teaching really good things and he's saying being a good person, and then you go to bring that story to somebody who believes in things like Poseidon and Zeus that are these omnipotent gods that literally throw lightning bolts, well, you got to make that story sound a whole lot better. So let's say he raised this guy from the dead. Let's say he can walk on water. Let's say Moses split the Red Sea. So how, like, it seemed like the only way to actually land that ship on a crowd of people that believed in these massive gods that were just controlling everything around them. It's my philosophy. I don't have like a ton of evidence for that, right? I can't pinpoint that, but it does feel like, hey, and if we're looking at typical people, how do you get somebody to believe something when they believe so much bigger than what you're already talking about? So that's kind of where I land on things.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. That's why I try my best to just focus only on the natural stuff, because I think there's a lot of people like. There was a guy who came in to the live earlier. I can't remember his name. I might be able to see it here, but he seemed like it was the way that he was talking. It seemed like it was going to be a good conversation, like a really good conversation. He was up here for 11 minutes and 32 seconds. His name was Layman of Layman. I thought that he was going to be a great conversation, but he couldn't get over the fact that, like, he was trying to say, oh, you just don't believe in God. And I was like, that has nothing to do with this topic. He just couldn't get over it. And he couldn't focus on just natural stuff, like just history. And that's because in many cases, especially within Abrahamic religions and stuff, people are raised to believe in history. And well, not just I guess Abrahamic religions, all religions. I mean, hell, the Greeks did this as well, like to an absurd level, actually. That they would approach history and see it through the lens of deities interacting with it. Like, there's no separation between religion or religious history and reality. Like, it just happened. Even if back then even if their religion wasn't even around back then. Later on, you just kind of insert your religion. You just retroactively fit it into, you just retcon shit into the past. You'll find, just by scrolling on TikTok, or maybe even on YouTube, I'm not sure, lives where, or live streams where Muslims are trying to say that Jesus was a Muslim.
Yeah.
And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, what you've done is you've changed the definition and then just kind of retrofitted it for the past. That's so dumb. But the point is, I was having that conversation with that guy earlier, and he just couldn't separate the religion from the history. And I try so hard to just hammer into people, or hammer down that on this live, we talk about history, we talk about evidence, we talk about reality, we talk about what we can actually prove, what we can actually dive into. Set aside the supernatural stuff. I'm not going to make fun of it. I'm not going to say anything about it. We're not going to talk about it. We're just setting it to the side. Is it problematic? Yeah. Does it show that the story is even dumber than what I'm presenting? Yeah. But if you set it to the side, we can at least have a bit of a conversation as to whether or not this natural stuff actually happened. And that's how that works. And I talked, by the way, to a Mormon yesterday, so you probably would have enjoyed that conversation. Or you would have hated it, because I had some choice words.
It is genuinely how, exactly what you described is kind of how Mormonism looks at practically everything, right? Is they retcon every single point of data that happened in history in the past into what their belief system is, right? Is Jesus Christ created this church and created prophets and apostles and all this kind of stuff. And so we're reforming our church just like they did. And even though there was no explanation of those things during that time, they just retcon it into their current belief system.
Yeah.
They just keep adding to it.
And a lot of that is because of the fact that religions don't last very long if they can't explain, or like a new belief system or a new concept, it can't last very long if you're saying you just came up with it. Like, you've got to have some kind of a claim to the past.
Yeah.
Like, there's got to be some reason that you come up with as to why people aren't hearing about it until now. But nevertheless, you need to have some kind of backstory, some kind of lore as to where it was, or what it was doing prior to you talking about it.
Yeah, it's the world building. They have to.
Yeah, it's world building. Yeah.
World, and that's exactly right. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time, man. I'm looking forward to reading your book.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming up. And the book he's talking about, by the way, guys, is Christ Before Jesus. The ebook is just $3. The link is in my bio or on the YouTube profile. There is a print version and an audiobook version as well if you want to check it out. But Christ Before Jesus is available. And by the way, Uncle Sam there. So really quick. If you're watching this on YouTube, and thank you very much for doing so, if you want to come up and you want to have a conversation, perfectly fine. It's free to do so and everything like that. The link is in the chat. I take guests on TikTok. YouTube doesn't have a way to bring up guests, so I take them over on TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok, or don't want to create a TikTok, or don't want to come over, that's perfectly fine. If you send a super chat there on YouTube, I promise you I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. That is a promise that I have. And even if I, for some strange reason, don't see it, just let me know and I will go back and I will actually check it out. I'll even follow up, the next day I'm live and read it out. So thank you on YouTube. If you want to come up, just click the link in the chat or send a super chat. Speaking of some super chats, before I get over here to Charlie Suggs here, we've got, let's see, $2 from Yehonatan, I think, maybe. I have no idea. It says, Jesus is real. Just look what year you're living in. You spelled "you're" wrong. There is literally no punctuation. You capitalized Jesus, which is weird. And also, your argument sucks, because the idea of basing your years off of Jesus' supposed birth shows up in about 550-something from Dionysius Exiguus, a Christian monk in the 6th century. Prior to that, people generally used 3 different methods, which was either which Olympiad you were in, or what year of the Olympiad you were in, then based off of how many years the current emperor was reigning, and then also the foundation of Rome. So just because somebody decided later on that as a Christian you should probably connect your calendar to Jesus, that doesn't mean anything. Calendars are social constructs. As long as you and I understand what date it is, or what date in the future we could get together and meet or do something, then we're fine and society can progress. A calendar is just a calendar. That's just how that works. Today, by the way, would be Tuesday, which is connected to the Norse god Tu. So, yeah, I guess like the Norse gods exist as well because a calendar says something. That's not how that works. And then $10. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. There from Dionysian Masks that says happy birthday. It's not my fucking birthday. Is Joel Reed's Bible still sending people over? What the fuck? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, it's straight up not my birthday. Like, it's not my birthday. Also, you animals, let's see. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, that is 94. We are literally at 299 instances of the word queef. We are literally sitting at the 2-week mark from when I started calculating that. We are at 299 of them. And there it is. All right. $2 from a Lope Note says queefs before Jesus is $3 on Kindle. Yep, there it goes. Look at that. That is 300. 300. You know what? We've got to play, I guess, a bunch of fart sounds or something like that. I have no idea. It's the closest thing I've got to it. I think I even got one more somewhere in here. Where is it? I don't know where it is. I have no idea. This is ridiculous. And I don't even really like this anymore. I'm not having fun. I'm not having fun anymore. I thought I had another fart sound. It's somewhere in here, I do. I can't even find it. Oh, there it is. This is going to be bad.
Let your boom and make you boom.
All right, and then $1.99 from the Salty Crab Guy says queefs only cost $3. Not gonna get rich off of this. Jesus Christ. $1.99 just says queef. Yeah, that's from the prototype. And then finally $2. The Lope Note says I feel honored to be the 300th queef. No, you're actually not. You're the 303rd. Well, or were you? Oh, no, you were the 300th. Yeah. It's just that was the 303rd. Yeah, okay, look at that. But yeah, you were the 300th. So congratulations, Lope Nope. You're slowly deteriorating the minds of youth. All right, what do you got? Charlie Suggs.
Hello.
Hey.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, doing good. Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. So basically what I wanted to talk to you about is I know many different theories about Jesus, saying Jesus didn't exist or the beginning of the church was not real. How does yours work? Do you believe in kind of like, one of them I heard is that Caesar paid a forger to forge the entire New Testament?
Yeah, that's like Roman provenance. That's bullshit.
Yeah. So there's that one. I've also heard that Jesus was manufactured by Paul and the apostles in the Bible to spread his word.
That is it's in a way it's true, but not in the literal sense. No.
So I was kind of curious on how your theory works that Jesus didn't exist, and
it's just a mythology in the 2nd century.
It's just, so you just think it was a mythology, but who made it? Like, who?
The first person to publish it is Marcion and the Marcionites. I can't say that he's the one who created it, but he's the first one to publish it.
Well, what do you say about the people that created the early church and about the the early people that
what people?
Knew that the apostles that came
we don't
from
have
Paul and
the apostles that came from Paul
and John. Yeah, the people that
like
they
who
taught. Let's see. I think there was
like
some guy,
Luke or something.
No, Luke was that was another apostle of Jesus, right?
No.
So
Luke is a traveling doctor with Paul.
Luke was a traveling doctor with Paul.
According to Christian tradition.
I don't think
it really existed, but yeah.
I'm just trying to put together how your theory works because
it's 2nd century mythology.
So you're saying it was completely fabricated, but by who?
I don't know the exact person, but I can tell you the first person to publish the text, and that's Marcion.
That's Marcion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who is Marcion?
Marcion is a Christian theologian who publishes the first New Testament canon. He's the first one to call a canon the New Testament in roughly about 144.
Okay. So, do you know how his works got from what it originally was to what the New Testament became in the early church?
Yeah, because the theology of Marcion is different from like what we generally think of when we think of Christianity or early Christianity. One particular sect of Christianity did not like him. They excommunicate him from their church or their community, and they have refutations to his gospel. For instance, so his New Testament canon in 144 included his gospel, known as Evangelion or Evangelion, which just means gospel in Greek,
Okay.
as well as 9 or 10 books written in the style of letters attributed to a man named Paul. This is all gets published in roughly about 144. Shortly after that, we have Matthew that shows up, which is a refutation to Marcion's gospel. Marcion believed his theology was that Jesus was just a complete deity. He's the son of God the Father, a completely different God that was unknown up until this point, who was separate from Yahweh. Marcion believed Yahweh was this cruel, unjust God of the Old Testament, and that God the Father was going to send his son to be a sacrifice not for sins, but to purchase humanity's souls away from Yahweh, putting us under a new covenant or a new testament. So that was the idea. But later on, people didn't like the idea, or one particular sect of Christianity, like what my co-author and I would call the proto-Catholics. This group didn't like Marcion, and it's very clear that they didn't. They talked a lot of shit about him, which is how we're able to reconstruct a lot of what he had in his text. That being said, this proto-Catholic group is where we get a lot of refutations to his gospel, like Matthew, which has Jesus saying, I did not come to abolish the law, I came to fulfill the law. So it's kind of a refutation to what Marcion is saying there.
Okay. So a lot of people do contribute that line to being a callback to the Old Testament.
Okay.
And you say that that is not the case. I'm not gonna hate on you.
No worries.
So I'm just trying to put together how you see the early church forming. Like, where did the Christians that came out of Israel, where did they come from? How did they
I don't know
hear
any
about
Christians that
this?
come out of Israel.
Well, initially, when Rome, cracked down on Israel, that was one of the things that they did was they persecuted them over a number of years.
Who?
It was
like Israel, or in general, or
Rome. Rome came down
on Israel,
on early Christians because they didn't
not
want
in
to
Israel.
pay.
We don't have any evidence that Christianity came from Israel.
Well, it was all throughout the Roman Empire. Christianity spread quite a bit.
We don't have any evidence that it came out of Israel.
It's there's a lot of Christians that popped up in Israel, or
when?
well, not from Israel.
When?
Initially, I think it was sometime during the civil war between Caesar and his opponent that the province was split at the time, right?
I mean, so Judea and Galilee or Samaria? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the when Rome had that civil war at the time.
Okay.
And they split, right? Listen, I'm terrible with names.
Like
you gotta forgive me here.
Hasmonean stuff? Like what are you even talking about?
Well, it was like because you know how Jesus references Caesar in the Bible? So, and Caesar only existed for a certain amount of years, so it had to have been during the Civil War at some point, or at least in the Reformation afterwards.
Caesar's a title.
Yeah, he was it's a prefect, and it was give to Caesar what Caesar's, right? But you can choose different names. But anyways, let me get back to my point here. So they may not have came out of Israel, but there were a large number of Christians during the Reformation of the early church that were persecuted.
No.
What do you? Okay.
What's the evidence of that?
What are the evidence of that? It's a lot of early Christian doctrine where they talked about Christians being persecuted. It's a lot of
cool.
early Catholic
Sweet,
doctrine.
yeah. So like just martyrdom complex or something. What's the actual evidence that they were persecuted?
It doesn't. My point is do you have any refute? Do you have any refute to it not existing, or is there any proof to it
What
not
not
existing?
existing? What not existing?
The martyrdom, like what you just talked about.
It depends on what you call martyrdom. If you're calling it persecution, then no, we don't have any widespread persecution of Christianity until like the 3 or 6 years prior to the Edict of Milan in 312. Prior to that, they're punished for breaking the law. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, it was dumb laws, but they still broke the law.
They broke.
They broke the law. There's 2 laws that the Christians were guilty of breaking primarily, and one of them was meeting in secret without a permit. This was something that Pliny the Younger talks about in late 111 or early 112. And prior to breaking up the Christians' meetings, he had to break up a volunteer fire department because it didn't have the right permits. The second law is not worshiping the Roman emperor. You could worship whatever the fuck you wanted to. You just also had to worship the Roman emperor. The Jews had one extra caveat on there where they could also pay a tax called the Fiscus Judaicus. You know what Pilate doesn't mention when he talks about how this group was supposed to worship the emperor? The Fiscus Judaicus. You know why? Because they have nothing in common with Jewish people. So it's Christianity, but that's a mystery cult that has nothing to do with Jesus or somebody from Judea or anything to do with Jewish people. It's just it's completely unrelated.
So what do you? So later in the reforming of the church, whenever it finally does reform, do you believe that was an emperor that reformed it, or do you think that
that's talking about something so late that it's off topic?
It is kind of off topic, but I just wondered what your thoughts on that were.
Irrelevant. I apologize. It's just not the topic. But as far as Jesus, go ahead. I'm trying to stick to like maybe.
Oh, just Jesus and Paul.
Well, yeah, or like at first, seconds. I'll talk about early Christianity if you want to, but.
Okay. Well, I just figured that would be the time period that we're talking about here because of.
Not really. The Reformation from an emperor wouldn't happen in the 2nd century. At best, you're talking about like. At earliest, an emperor really getting involved with Christianity would be Constantine in the early 4th century.
Okay.
Prior to that, you have, I think, maybe a little bit of allusions to like some later emperor in the 2nd century or the 3rd century or something, saying some shit about like how they saw a cross in a battle or something. Maybe, but that's a maybe, and it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really do anything.
Okay. So those people like later that say that they knew John and Paul and all that.
No one says they knew John and Paul.
The early formation of the church.
There's literally no writer. No, there's literally no writer who ever says I know John or Paul. Correct. There's not a single author who says I personally know Paul or John.
I've heard quite a lot of people say that to me that there was.
There's not. Did they tell you who it was?
Let's see. There was the author. So in Revelations, who is the author to you? So
who's the author?
Came up with because
I remember best, you said. There's a lot to get into right there, but I mean, it says John of Patmos there, but it doesn't ever claim to be a disciple.
Okay. All right.
I mean, which wouldn't make sense anyways, because I mean, Acts 4:13 says John the disciple was illiterate.
So you don't think it was him?
Well, I don't think it was him who spoke Aramaic as a fisherman and maybe was able to write in Greek for a receipt for fish, writing a giant religious treatise about like visions while exiled without paper and a scribe.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think that's the disciple.
Okay. So, last question then, and then I guess I get out of your hair, is when it comes to Jesus and the different, why do you think that whenever they're talking about Jesus, that there were so many rewritings over, like in the Bible itself, over certain events, specifically of Paul and John, whenever they're talking about the same things, like the crucifixion, right? Why do you think that there are so many translations that are different? like
Like,
about the same event. Like whenever they're talking about,
why
I'll
are
give
there
you an
so many
example.
like different like contradictions and stuff?
Yeah, like
I'll tell you, because it's
okay.
a fake fucking story.
Well, even though it's fake, why do you think there was so much fuss about this level of story, like this type of story two
What type of
times
story?
over? Like whenever Jesus is being crucified, it's that one says that he curses God and the other doesn't say that he doesn't curse God.
Yeah, it's just the different sect or the different theology of the person writing it.
I guess what the point I'm getting here is what do you think the point of the story was? What was the point of
The
like
what
even
story?
creating it?
The Jesus
The
story?
story of Jesus, like
It's just a mythology to explain how a god came down and told you how to do some certain institutions, taught you about healing, and taught you some philosophy, and then fucks off after saving humanity.
Well, like I give you an example. Like you talk about Greek mythology, Homer writ it because it was a playwright. He writ it to entertain people, right? He came up with Greek mythology as a whole. He took together the other little cults and groups that were around and he made them into one massive religion. And
it's almost like Christianity does the same thing. It pulls from a whole bunch of different influences and then just makes it into a particular story.
You can even say that it has some, characteristics from Mahari Mazda, right? In a way.
Okay. And should about a Honda. Either way, I don't know what to tell you.
No, I'm just trying to get at is like I just wondered like how deep does your research go and where does it go into the fact of what, like, since you know like the earliest writer, do you know what he did with their work and what it was for and
Publishes
even
it in
why he came up
144.
with it? I know.
Why
But
he came up
to
with it,
what
intent
end?
is very hard to prove unless you have a document that says this is why I'm doing it, and even then it's a little dubious, but still, intent is
So
very hard to prove.
you couldn't find any intent on it?
Intent is very hard to prove. I can speculate based off of certain evidences that point a certain direction, but again, my speculation is that this is a mythology that serves as an origin story so that the Christians, loosely affiliated pockets of Christianity around the empire, can rally around one particular story or one particular history, and they say, hey, this is where we got our concept of healings and rituals like the Lord's Supper and stuff like that, and our beliefs. It's just like an origin story that they just come up with.
Do you theorize that somebody put him up to it, or do you theorize that he did it on his own for some type of personal gain?
It really depends. We have no idea. We can tell that early Christians absolutely had something to gain by like the passing of Peregrinus, the short story from Lucian of Samosata in 166 that talks about how a patricidal con man grifted the Christians in the early to mid 2nd century and wowed them by his ability to read and write and his love of philosophy. They called him the second coming of Socrates. They gave him positions of power. They gave him housing. They gave him food. Let's see. He wrote their books and edited others, is what Lucian of Samosata says. He also wrote letters to a bunch of different cities, if that sounds familiar. Also, on top of that, once he got jailed for patricide, inevitably, the Christians actually bribed the guards so that they could go in and have sex with him. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, it absolutely...
Some wild stuff.
I mean, that's just kind of how it works. You get all kinds of things back then if you can read or write, and you can go and convince, as Lucian of Samosata says, these miserable wretches. Yeah. I mean, only 3 to 5% of the population could read or write. So if you were able to read and you were also able to write more than a receipt or your fucking name, then you could probably wow a whole bunch of different people.
Well, thank you. I think that's all my questions. Get up out of here.
All right. That was Charlie Suggs, everybody. Charlie Suggs. Next up, we got BlinkGod402. Again, if you're on YouTube, click the link in the chat. Come over to TikTok to come up and have a conversation. If you don't want to do that, you can send a super chat there on the YouTube side, and I will read it and respond to it. Yeah. BlinkGod402, what you got?
Yo, Jerm. You said before this, Blink God is in reference to Blink 182, but you had said something about that last time it came on.
That makes sense.
Two
also,
questions.
did you know that Blink 182 is actually not Blink 182? You know,
Well,
that's not technically how you're
it's
supposed
Blink.
to say it. Well, technically it's
I mean,
Blink, and when they had to
yes.
change it, they changed it to Blink 18-2.
Really?
Yes,
No, I didn't know
18 is the number in the alphabet for the letter R, and then 2 was for B. It's because they used to have a phrase in their high school, Tom and Mark growing up, that said, fuck Rancho Bernardino, and it was fuck 18-2. So they ended up saying Blink 18-2, and it just caught on to Blink 182.
Yeah, and they originally had gotten like sued for the band name, right? Is
Yes,
that why
Blink. Well,
part
not
of it-
sued.
part of
It's
it-
just that there was a worry about another band named Blink, and they're like, we got to do something else.
Might as well change it. Yeah, Blink's my all-time favorite. Real quick, because I'm not opposition, I just had a clarification question. You brought up something, I don't know exactly what name you said, about somebody who had said that what was written in the Bible was purposely written false as a test. Does that kind of ring a bell?
Oh yeah, it's Origin. Origin says that like God put inconsistencies into the Bible in order to like make us see it through spiritual eyes instead of like historical like narrative.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm getting this confused with something. I know you said something was written, if it is this, that it was written in 400 CE about somebody saying it in 100 or around in the 100 CE. Is that the correct?
I mean, in the early 4th century, you have Eusebius and the Testimonium Flavianum, like in Josephus, like
Yeah,
interpolating
I know
into
that.
that. What are you referring to?
I thought it was that, but I guess it isn't. I know it's going to come back up because I've seen you use this argument before.
Is
but
someone writing in 400 about something in 100?
Yeah, yes. Somebody's writing in 400 about something.
Was it the
in
Tacitus
100.
thing?
It could be, and I was just kind of wondering where, like, how that was reliable. Like how, like, it wouldn't it be the same kind of issue? Like it was written 300 years later, so can it be reliable what that person said in 100? I think I don't remember exactly what it was yesterday too. It's terrible. I don't know if you have any remembrance of this.
Someone wrote in 400 about something in 100.
Somebody wrote in 400 whatever the quote was that you made, that you said that it was written in 400, but about a guy in 100 making that quote. So I was wondering, like, how would they know that he made that quote? I mean, it's 300 years later. It'll probably pop back up at some point when you're talking in the near future, whenever. So
I'm having a hard time. If people on TikTok or YouTube or something remember what I was saying,
back and rewatch yesterday. That's what I'll do.
Let me check the live chat there on YouTube. Maybe they're saying it. No, they're not saying it. I have no Jesus Christ. I fucking hate the live chat on YouTube. It is awful. But
I'll go back into yesterday. And
the interpolation of Josephus. There's the interpolation of Josephus. Josephus writes supposedly in roughly about 90 or something. But then there's an interpolation from Eusebius, who's early 4th century, but that would be like 320 into 90. There's Tacitus, but that's early 5th century into Tacitus. So Tacitus would be closer to the dates that you're talking about, because the first mention of Tacitus saying anything about Jesus is in the early 5th century, which would be early 400s, by a Christian who said that Tacitus in 116, so close to 100, very close, would be that he talked about Jesus. But that's the best I can think of.
That's exactly what it was.
Oh, okay. Exactly. Yeah. The Christian who first mentions it, let's see. First Christian mention of Tacitus talking about Jesus. I can't remember the guys. I butcher the first name. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So we're going to take a look at this. The earliest known Christian writer to quote or mention Tacitus passages about Christ, and the execution under Pontius Pilate is the 5th century Christian apologist Sulpicius Severus. Yeah. He explicitly referenced and summarized Tacitus' lost books regarding the Neronian persecution in his historical work Chronica. A 4th to 5th century Christian chronicle.
Okay. Yeah. If I find anything else into it, because I'm going to go back, I'll send you a message. One last thing is I was also watching another live yesterday, and I'm sure you know the community not as well as I do. a guy is I don't know if his first name's John Gleason.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Mhm.
And he made the argument that the type of Hebrew that we're writing in indicated, I don't think he might have been talking about Paul, indicated that it definitely was somebody writing in 90 because of the Hebrew they were using, and that
He doesn't write
used.
in Hebrew.
Yeah, he was making a very strong argument for it, and I'm like, listen to the points, and I tried to get in there, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
He was what allegedly Ian, but it was something with the style of the way they were writing. They had written different ways they had written. So I don't know if you know anything about this argument. It was that, and then he said he did his own, I guess, stylometry or whatever. And he was coming around in the 1st century, and I didn't know if this was like a Richard Carrier type thing or what was going on.
They're like best friends.
Oh, okay. I'm very new to the community, so I would have no idea about that. So
Yeah.
that now makes complete sense. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, John Gleason is basically the he's the representative for Richard Carrier, if you will, on TikTok and YouTube.
Really? Okay, I had
Yeah,
no
more or
idea.
less, more or less. He's not like the official guy, but he kind of whenever like shit from Richard Carrier like comes out of his ass, it comes out of John Gleason's mouth usually.
Okay, that clarifies a lot actually, because I had no clue. All right, well, thanks a lot. That's all I got for you.
All right, thanks for coming up.
Yep, have a good one.
All right, that was Blink God 402. Blink God 402. All right, let's see here. Hetty, don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh at that. Look, you guys, you think that I am petty enough to say what Hetty Artist said and to respond to that. You think that I'm petty enough to read Hetty Artist's comment who says John Gleason had 30 whole people on his live the other day. You think that I would laugh at that. I'm not going to laugh at that. That's not funny. That is not funny. It's not funny that he's been around for years, even longer than I have, and he had 30 whole people, entire people, like in human beings. They were real, fully grown human beings. Maybe some of them were kids. I have no idea. I mean, when you hang around sex pests. Anyways, let's see. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. But yeah, I'm not gonna laugh. I'm not gonna laugh at that. I'm not gonna laugh at that. I'm not gonna laugh at that. All right. Source. How many were accusers? At least one of them was Hetty Artist. No, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. Oh, Jesus Christ. just kick the door open. Kind of like those AI videos or whatever where the dog starts playing the guitar or some shit like that in the middle of the night. Oh, it's a cat, like yeah, it's fucking creepy too. But thank you, by the way. Alrighty, all right. It's the CBJ busting and just like kicking the door down. Yeah, it's fucking wild. Okay. I'll laugh for you. Okay, Skull Kid, you can do that. You can do that. You laugh I will laugh vicariously through you. Oh, hey, look at that. It's not okay. 1999. Thank you very, very much to Dr. Ajim, who just on Super Chat there on YouTube said, Happy Queef Day. I've got to put the thing over here on this fucking thing. Ridiculous. But yes, I mean, thank you, but also, first of all, you said the Q word. Secondly, it's not my birthday. And people are just putting that in. It's not my birthday. Joel Reed's Bible said, you know what? Is Joel Reed's Bible in here? Is he in here? That son of a bitch. Is he in here? I want to know if he's in here. It's not, well, Are you saying that, Dr. Jim, because I hit 300? Is that what you're saying? Is that why you're saying what you're saying? Is that why you're doing what you're doing? Okay, who's in here? Okay, let me see if, no, Joel is not in here. He's not in here. What the hell? Is that, there is someone in here whose name is, Joe Queefus, comma, author. just in case you didn't know the the occupation of the person who is in the profile picture and also the name that they are parroting. My God, I approve. Just a matter of time. Joel read a super chat last night that said today was your birthday. It's not. Who sent that? It's not my fucking birthday. It's not my. Someone needs to apologize to Joel. All right, $1.99 from the prototype says it's your birthday now. Again, if you're over on YouTube, you can request up. I'd like for you to request up because I'd like to have conversations with you. If you want to send a super chat, you definitely can. I will read it out loud. I promise, and I will respond to it. But I'd rather you just request up so we can have some conversations. Must I remind you, and I'll put the verse above my head here. If you are watching on TikTok or YouTube, of course, you can click the link in the chat to come over on TikTok. That's how I take guests because YouTube doesn't allow for it. So click the link in the chat. But 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you, to give the reason for the hope that you have. But do this with gentleness and respect. In other words, 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe, when questioned or demanded of you, depending on the translation, and do so respectfully. If you don't come up here and say, I know why Jesus and Paul existed 2,000 years ago and provide evidence for it, when you die, Jesus is just going to look at you and say, get thee behind me, Satan, and push. I never knew you. Depart from me. Sorry. No purgatory, straight to the boiler room of hell. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 relics. Sorry. I don't make the rules. I don't break the rules. If you don't come up here, according to the Bible, if you don't come up here and give me evidence to why Jesus and Paul existed 2,000 years ago, if you don't take time out of your busy, busy day to defend Jesus and Paul, God will get upset. And when God gets upset, when you let him down, he unalives a puppy. The same puppy, twice. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. It's in the book of Song of Solomon. There's also boobs in the Song of Solomon, just in case anybody was interested. All right, let's see. Puppy's also high. We do have Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat, everybody. Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat. Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat. Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat. Brought to you by United Parcel Service. Yep. We're UPS. I know that our name is very close to USPS, and lots of time that's going to get you confused. It's even going to make for some very awkward conversations whenever you take back an Amazon package to the USPS location and it's supposed to be at UPS. You're a moron who thought that there was just an extra letter, and that's on you. What can Brown do for you except confusion? UPS. All right. Let's see here. I'm not restarting. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. Come on up. I got some lemonade from HEB that has cucumber and mint in it. And it is weird. All right. Oh my God. $4.99 from Dr. Jim over on YouTube. It says, first, I'm just going to go ahead and take care of that. First Queef 315. First Queef 315 says that you must defend the queefs when demanded of you, and do so respectfully, or else God unalives all the kitties. Not the kitties. Not the gumdrop kitties. No. Look, I was fine when it was puppies. No. Now it's fighting words. No. Yeah, you got to come up here. Christians, if you believe in the Bible, you need to request on up. Sorry. I don't make the rules. I don't break the rules. Orange, you tired of him, says Jaren. They're in the chat. Orange. I don't know your first name. Be funny if it was actually like Donald. Like legitimately, if it was like you just had that name. Like that would be fun. That'd be fucking funny. All right, Samuel Best, what you got? Apparently not your best. Oh, Jess? Is that your name? Your name is Jess? Remember, that's yes. I don't know. It might be a soft J. Apparently, just run for extended periods of time. It's supposed to be wild. Oh, that's your name, Jess. Oh, okay, cool. Let's see. You know DT is on TikTok somewhere. Probably. I don't know about TikTok. I doubt he's on TikTok, to be honest. I doubt he is. I mean, he might be, but I doubt it. I think he's probably been sent a TikTok before. He probably was like, the fuck is this? Let's see. That is my name. Okay. Bree is in the chat as well. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and play people's sounds. I saw someone in the chat with this one.
Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Doo-doo-doo.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Bella, where the hell have you been, Luca?
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
I like turtles.
You done messed up, Aaron!
Babality.
Plan by the push wing, let's go get a queen drobble, land to Cilio, go.
When the fuck did we get ice cream?
This is a load of barnacles.
All right. Oh, right. Also, other people in here. Let me see here.
That's why you ran away. You shit in your sombrero.
Hanji Targaryen.
Fuck off.
That's that shit I don't like.
Charlie can't read. He'll adapt. He'll adapt to reading?
All right. Jern kan norsk. You were born inside a gutter and you know nothing on nothing. All right. We still don't have anybody up here. Christians, where are you at? Come on up. Provide evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Oh, shit!
I said, bitch.
Bruh.
That's Sebastian. All right, $4.99 from Jenkins of ODU says, the G note you play, reference to the first note of The Black Parade by My Chemical Romance. Get G noted. Let's see. Oh, and some of you, this is just kind of a catch-all for everybody.
Sometimes when I wipe, I'll wipe, and I'll wipe, and I'll wipe, and I'll wipe 100 times. Still poop. Let me check that. It's like I'm wiping a marker or something.
All right. I don't like that. That's funny. Let's see. Orange, you tired of him? We'll go with
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
That's funny.
Fatality.
That's good. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. I'm just joking around. All right.
Nice.
No, Lope Note is
Fatality.
Aren't you tired of barfing over there? Yeah. All right. Trying to be in the start. Nah. Concha. Ja, lásko. Ge mig ett ögonblick. All right. We're going to try to do a restart over there on YouTube to see, not YouTube, over on TikTok to see if we can get some guests up, because we definitely want to have some conversations here. That's the idea. That's the idea, at least. All right. If you think that Jesus or Paul existed, come on up. Definitely want to hear from you. We'll see what we've got here. Oh. There we go. Det var ett ögonblick. All right. Queefs before queefus. Oh my God. That's awful. Had me reading that thing. I thought you were about to say something cool, and I ended up reading the wrong word. All right. All right. Oil schlick. What? I don't know what that is. Jesus existed. Okay, well, somebody's already saying Jesus existed. That'd be great. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. $2 from Australia. MindFreakX27 there on YouTube says, I'm a new viewer. Could you simplify your view? Yes, I believe that Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. Even the natural version, as well as the Book of Mormon or Quran, if you really want to get technical, I guess, there. But the reason for this is because there are elements of the story that are out of place in time. It does not line up with geography or contemporaries or history or archaeology from the first century whenever we actually dive into it. It lines up with some, but a testament to how real a book is not how many times it lines up with history, but how many times it doesn't. And whether or not the things that it lines up with history on are things that are fairly common knowledge or popular ideas at the time. And that's the issue. A lot of what shows up in the New Testament, whether it be narrative, like natural narrative or supernatural elements or even teachings of Jesus, are pulled from prior sources. Most notably the Septuagint, the works of Josephus, and the Bacchae or the Odyssey. That real Riverside food there, $5 on Super Chat says, when I was, a young boy, my father took me into the city to see the queefing band. God fucking damn it. All right. It's okay. Animals. Literally all of you. Animals.
How about no?
Okay. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. Orange Gentleman says, I was in the middle of typing something. Nothing important, but still. Well, Orange, you tired of typing? No. Anyways. No, it's not my birthday, Sebastian. Cosa levete? It is now.
You done messed up, Aaron!
All right, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. Took a great song and made it even greater. No, they didn't. That real Riverside ruined it. Ruined it faster than Paper Thin Hymn from Amazon. Mary Jeremus to all Jeronites. No, stop it. If you have evidence, they didn't produce it. I'm not really sure what you're talking about. $2 Australian. I think that's Australian. From Mind Freak says, any books I can get on this, or you should write one. Well, lucky for you, I do. Check out our book, Christ Before Jesus. Check it out. Christ Before Jesus is a book from me and my data science co-partner. We take a look at the Greek New Testament and its earliest, at least the earliest codices that we have for it, the earliest manuscripts we have for it, and we try to figure out when the New Testament was written. We're not trying to date the manuscripts. We're trying to date the first time the pen hit paper for these stories, based on the content, based on the style of their authors, that kind of thing. And we find that the New Testament was actually written in the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st. This highlights an evolution of the religion, and we can actually dive into this and see that it's pretty linear, where the mythology shows up in about 144, so the middle of the 2nd century, and then onward you actually have people adding to the text in order to make the canonical versions of like the Pauline epistles we have today, or writing gospels that refute earlier things, or do more stories for Jesus, like historicizing him, giving him stories of him being a kid, that kind of shit. Instead of Jesus being a historical person who was deified later, instead he was a deity who was historicized over time. So we talk about like this kind of stuff and everything like that. We also have another book that's coming out here before too terribly long, over the Old Testament, the Old Testament, the Book of Mormon, and the Quran, as well as some Shakespeare, Plato, and Homer. Yeah. For the most part, that's what we do. We like to kind of dive into the dating of these things, and that gives us a better idea as to whether or not the stories are actually legitimate. Whoa. Oh, hello there. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I'd like to hear about it. I really would. We can get into it. But yeah, if you're interested in Christ Before Jesus, that book is available. The link is in my bio here on TikTok, or it's on YouTube in the profile. At least within the US, it's $3 for the ebook. It should still be pretty cheap over in like Australia if you're over there. It should still be pretty cheap. Should be. Why did they give Moses, Noah, and all those characters such long lifespans? It's just kind of how it goes. You'd have deities and stuff like that. They're just demigods and shit that would last or live for like a really long time and stuff like that. Not to mention, I think that they wanted to tell a story that connected, but they they very clearly needed to go all the way back to like the supposed creation of the earth or something like that. So it needed to be something that spans for a really crazy long amount of time. So they just kind of gave really long dates. How long was David? Let's see. How long was David around? So King David was about 70 years old according to the biblical record. See, that's that's wild. Like he does all this shit and he's 70, but then like Noah, all he does is like build a boat and then like get drunk. And he's apparently like hundreds of years old. He's like, that's all you did? I don't know. He's just dumb to me. 6, 7 inches. All right. Let's see. Oh, $2.79 Canadian there from Serenity Serpent on YouTube says, thank you, Queefy, for the Queefs live. Oh, no, sorry. Queefs live, laugh, love, Queef for life. I'm afraid that this will somehow become what this live is known for. I am terrified of that. Zeno Lapudre, $2 there. A little pelvic puff of air, a secret heist. Queefing for Christ. Feel pretty good about yourself there, Zeno? You feel pretty good about yourself? It's entirely your fault. You done messed up. A Jim. We all feel good about Zeno.
God be praised.
All right. Well, again, if you're there on TikTok or YouTube and you want to come up, you can click the link and you can come up. If you're on TikTok, the request button should be right about there or down there. If you're on YouTube, the link to the TikTok chat is there in the YouTube chat. You can click that button and then request on up if you have TikTok, or send a super chat and I'll read it. We got $2 there from Dionysian Masks. Says, is it your birthday now? No, it's not. Happy birthday. It's not. I'm telling it's not my. It's not my birthday. It's my birthday was literally less than a month ago. It's not. It's straight up not my birthday today. Just stop saying it. I promise you, it's not my birthday. I mean, thanks for the. It's just not. $1.99 from Lobotomized Cadaver says, any sneak peeks on the new project? Oh, and then I think you said $1.99 there. Lobotomized Cadavers also asked earlier, can we have any sneak peeks of the new project? So any sneak peeks of it? I can't do any like actual sneak peeks, like legitimate, like pull up the book per se. But I'm trying to think if there's anything fun in there that we can dive into. Man, no, not really. I mean, we're so close to getting it finished and being at a spot where we can say this is good. Like, I know that I've said that a lot over the last like fucking year, almost a year. But like, we keep adding things whenever we learn new things, and being friends with people there in the Discord and everything. Deconstructing Chaos, by the way, if you can get a link there for it. Lady Huggy and Elizabeth Heretics have it in their bio, so check out their profile. But in the Discord, being friends with people who are constantly finding this new information, being friends with Oppo, being friends with Zeno, Jake, Aaron, being friends with heady artists with gray eyes. Like, these people are finding all this crazy information and pointing it out. It's so cool to see this stuff being brought up. Ace does a ton of research and stuff like that. That's a lot of fun as well. And as a result, when you are putting together a book that goes over this stuff, you feel a little bit of that like perfection kind of thing. Well, not like, oh, I'm perfect, but the concept of you want it to be as perfect as possible, you know? And you don't want to have to go back and clarify something, or you don't want to have to go back and restate something because we got it wrong or something. So I don't know. We just keep adding things. The book, no joke, has got about 30 pages longer in the last month. I'm not even shitting you. It has got 30 pages longer than it was a month ago. This is the worst. All right. Yawn says, I found you. I don't know what that means. I'm interested in the Shakespeare info. Yeah, there's not a lot, but we do talk about it. It's cool to see the archaeology of Bethesda. We'll see. Yeah, it would be. I don't know what this person's talking about here. I don't know who's Dan the Leviathan or something. I think I talked to him at some point in time. Well, Bethesda, like I understand what you're talking about, but I don't know what we're really talking about. Just 2 birthdays? Jaren equals Jesus. No. All right. We're not even fucking... $5 from Flying Spaghetti Monster FSM, which is Flying Spaghetti Monster yet again. Interesting how you did that. Not really sure why you did it, but you did it. It said, happy birthday. Happy birthday. May you have all the queefy McQueeferson for your queefy dreams and extra queef for the year of queefs. That's 5 fucking... £2 from Patristica. Thoughts on... That's not like the Patristica, is it? No, couldn't be. Really? Surely not, right? Right? It might straight up be. All right. Well, £2. £2. Thoughts on Ignatius's epistles as pre-Marcionite? As pre-Marcionite? No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I would say that it's probably around about sort of kind of the same time. I would say that, so, the how do I say this? So M. David Litva has placed Ignatius's letters pretty fucking late. And we would place them into the middle of the 2nd century. I would say that they're post-Marcionite, but around the same time doesn't really matter too terribly much, I don't think, especially the short extension. Because, so my personal take, and this is a bit speculative, but there's some scholars who have said this, and some good reason to believe that this may be the case, is that Peregrinus Proteus is Ignatius. I mean, he sets himself on fire in 165 at the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games, and he's not named Ignatius in the 2nd century. When Irenaeus later on in 180 quotes from Ignatius, he doesn't call him that. He just says a certain man of ours, indicating that there might be some animosity there. And considering the fact that Peregrinus Proteus was kicked out of Christianity prior for eating the wrong food, supposedly from Lucian of Samosata, maybe that's him. Maybe that's him. They write in a similar way. They write to different cities, letters to different cities and shit like that. They talk about the same kind of stuff. They both have a desire to die. It's really weird. And then Ignatius is at first used in the 3rd century, and Ignatius could just simply mean the fiery one. And he sets himself on fire. I don't know. But anyways, if that's the case, then you could reliably place, thanks to Lucian of Samosata, you could put Peregrinus Proteus / Ignatius right around about 150s, 140s, somewhere in there. So, I mean, it's about the same time-ish. It's possible even that Ignatius and Marcion had something to do with each other, but I don't know. They're both from Asia Minor or around that area, so I don't know. But definitely a good question, though. Definitely a good question. My thoughts on Ignatius's epistles of pre-Marcionite, I would say that they're not. But I do recognize that some people would, try to claim that, especially since Eusebius said that Ignatius died somewhere about 108, 110, somewhere in there. And you end up with some people continuing on that tradition of Ignatius dying really early. But I mean, scholars have long suggested that there's a theological reason for putting a lot of these people, including Ignatius, as early as possible there to fill that gap between like the supposed death of Jesus in 30 and the time that you actually get the stories of Jesus there in the 2nd century. And multiple historians have actually placed the death of Ignatius sometime between like 140 to 160, somewhere in there. Which isn't too terribly far from 165 anyways. So anyways, I digress. Hopefully that answered your question, or at least goes on that topic. All right, son. What is going on? Son? What is happening? I don't know what's going on TikTok. Okay, if anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I think we got somebody who's coming up here. Maybe, hopefully they got evidence for Jesus. I want to hear it.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? This is Veritas in Christo. So you
What's up, man?
Switched over to English in the middle of that. But anyways, what you got? What you got for us, man?
Yeah, no, could I ask a question about your paradigm first, about your understanding of what evidence is?
Probably not if you want to continue the conversation, but I mean, you can either give evidence.
The conversation, but if
probably not though. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, you can provide it, or you can ask me for my evidence why he didn't exist. Either one.
Yeah,
just cut to the chase.
Okay, sure. I'll ask you for your evidence as to why he didn't exist.
Yeah, anachronisms.
About what you take as truth and evidence.
Sweet.
That's how a debate usually starts.
Nope, it doesn't. And if you want to do that, you will be disconnected. If you bring up another Philbro topic like that, you will be disconnected immediately.
No, I'm not even trying to disrespect.
And not a problem. I'm just telling you right now. As the host of this live, I'm taking a moment to let you know that if you bring up a Philbro topic like that again, you will be disconnected immediately with no warning or anything like that. Okay.
All right, you got
so,
it, yeah, go ahead. Buddy.
Sweet. That being said, when it comes to my official stance, or me and my co-author's official stance, it is that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. So, all we've got to do is we've got to show that the New Testament's version of Jesus is just not one that's viable. You'd have to carve something out. We're not talking about supernatural
Jesus
stuff.
Never existed.
We're not talking about supernatural stuff. We're talking about natural. I am saying that
Okay.
Jesus never existed, but it's presented by the New Testament. If you have a version that you like that's in the New Testament or something that you'd carve out, I'd like to know how you carved it or how you decided
Okay.
that one thing wasn't true and the other was.
So do you mind me asking a question?
Sure.
Yeah. So
Well, or
you're,
no, I don't
you're
mind. Yeah.
okay. So you're not inherently saying, are you definitively saying, external of the New Testament,
Mhm.
not even if you remove the supernatural qualities, the
Yeah, yeah.
God-man qualities of Jesus, he didn't exist, and just the person.
Yeah, I would say that that guy didn't exist as presented by the New Testament. You set aside the supernatural stuff, the natural stuff that's left in the New Testament, that Jesus didn't exist. And it can't because it contradicts itself with some of the natural stories. So you'd have to pick which one you want to go with and how you determine that was true.
Like, what do you mean it contradicts?
Yeah, like when it says that Jesus is born in Matthew 2 during the reign of Herod the Great, who dies in 4 BCE. But then in Luke 2, it says that he was born during the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who starts his reign and does the census in 6 CE, 10 years after Herod dies. I don't know what to tell you. You'd have to pick and choose
even
which
if
one you want.
Yeah, but even if you remove the supernatural qualities of
Or
the
there's
New
no
Testament,
supernatural thing about birth.
no, I'm saying Christians believe in a supernatural quality of the New Testament. Do you know what that would be? It'd be an inerrancy.
Well, I mean, I
of the New
get
Testament.
that, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking
Yeah.
about whether or not.
Yeah, no, I'm granting you, right? Let's just say there are contradictions within the New Testament. That wouldn't remove a historical Jesus. That would simply point to inconsistent authors of the New
Yeah.
Testament. who
What I'm
contradict
saying is that
themselves.
as the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament did not exist. You would have to say that Jesus existed. If Jesus existed, he is not like the New Testament presents. And I would then ask you, how did you determine that guy existed and not the other version of him? In other words, because there's a contradiction, that means you can't choose both of them. You could choose neither if you wanted, but you'd have to either choose neither of these, in which case the New Testament is wrong when it says he's born there in 2 different instances, which is pretty bad, or, and the only instances of his birth in the entire Gospels, but you could also say, well, Matthew was correct, but then I'd ask, why did you determine that Luke was incorrect? And then I'd just use whatever evidence you gave against the Matthew one. Because there's not an eyewitness to either one of these events. So it's not, you're just going to have to pick and choose which one. And then I'd have to ask you, why did you do that?
So again, like I said before,
Mhm.
we can, you understand, obviously the position would be that even so, and I'll just repeat myself, even so, let's just say the New Testament writers they just love contradicting each other. Like, that again does not disprove a historical Jesus, although they would have contradicted.
It
Like,
disproves the
I also
Jesus that's
saw-
presented in the New Testament. Okay,
No,
if I told you that
again, it
George
doesn't.
Washington drove a fucking Toyota Tundra, if I told you that, like you could at least say that the George Washington in my book that I wrote about this, like the George Washington in my book didn't exist. Correct? The George Washington as presented by my story did not exist,
But
right?
do you understand why it would be different, though? It's
No,
because
well,
one,
the
you're
reason why it's different is because we do have external attestation to George Washington void of my book. If the only thing that we had to go off of was just one book written a long time after the supposed death of George Washington that said he drove a Toyota Tundra in the 18th century, that would be really bad. And I would still be able to say that George Washington that's published or that's presented in Jaron's book is bullshit. So
yeah, but even void.
What are
even
you
void of your-
finding?
Yeah, wait. Even void of your claim, even void of the proof, it would be that obviously Toyotas didn't exist at the time
Right.
of George Washington.
Right.
Void of the book itself. Right. So if I said Jesus, posted videos on YouTube, made vlogs, you wouldn't say that's not true because the book about him says it isn't true. You wouldn't say it's not true because external of the book,
Right.
the books and YouTube didn't exist. Right.
Right. Yeah, it's called an anachronism. That's why there's No, there's
that's why it's
anachronisms in the text as well. Contradictions are the only problem. There's anachronisms in the text.
Yeah, but that's why what do you mean by anachronism?
So anachronisms are like what I'm talking about there with George Washington driving a Toyota Tundra. The Toyota Tundra is anachronistic to the story because it doesn't line up at that time. Or I guess if I was saying that this all happened today, then George Washington would be anachronistic. Either way, it's an element of a story that's out of place in time. And we have this in the Gospels. It's not just contradictions, it's also anachronisms. There are things like rabbis. When Jesus discusses how rabbis dress, where they sit in the synagogues, how they pray, and everything like that, what they do and how they teach, he's explaining them to the disciples in Matthew 23. The first rabbi is Yohanan ben Zakkai in 70. Prior to that, there's no one called a rabbi because the position didn't exist. And Jesus is explicitly talking about the position. He's even talking about how they dress. So it's very clearly something that is anachronistic. It doesn't show up for another 40 years. There's multiple anachronisms in the Gospels as well as Acts and the Pauline epistles that show that the timeline that this character is supposed to be living in doesn't line up with the material that's in it. That's the problem.
Who do you think wrote the Pauline epistles? I'm actually curious. I'm not trying to debate.
Like the initial version would be the Marcionites.
The Marcionites?
Mm-hmm. Because they
Who
published in
Marcion-
144. Prior to that, we don't have any. Wait, were you laughing because you don't know who Marcion is or something?
No, I wasn't trying to laugh. No, sorry. I was just asking who the Marcionites are.
They're the followers of Marcion, the Christian theologian in the early 140s.
And
he's the first one to publish a New Testament canon.
What would be the proof of rather than Paul writing the
first
epistles?
New Testament canon? Considering the fact that that's the earliest iterations to him. In fact, even Tertullian in 200 said the only reason he thinks that Paul even existed is because he has to take it on faith, and he takes it on faith because he has his own edits of Paul's letters. Otherwise, he believes that Marcion just discovered Galatians because he's the first iteration of it. We don't have any mention of Paul prior to that.
So you're referencing Tertullian. You obviously understand I don't care for Tertullian.
I don't give a shit. Either way, he's still saying that Marcion is the first one to actually have any of these texts. Do you have anybody who mentions Paul prior to 140s?
Let me just say, I don't care for Tertullian. He's a heretic.
That's fine. Do you have any evidence for Paul prior to Marcion?
So his claim, that's like saying to an Eastern Orthodox,
I really don't care, dude. Like, it doesn't matter. He's still saying something that is
relevant because you quote a guy I don't care.
No,
for.
I don't care, dude. Like, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It's nevertheless a mention in history of how Marcion had this publication. Do you have anybody else prior to Marcion? Justin Martyr mentions Marcion. Irenaeus. Do you like Irenaeus?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Irenaeus said that Marcion published Paul's letters in 144. We do not have anybody else prior to Marcion who mentions Paul. So it doesn't matter if I mention a guy you like or a guy that you stuck down to the base and balls. It's still it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Marcion is the first one to publish anything from Paul in roughly 144.
So that means you would come to the conclusion that both Paul and Jesus wouldn't have existed, I guess.
No, well, I mean, the Pauline biography that we have, which would be like Acts of the Apostles, is definitely weird, especially since his own conversion story literally quotes the Bacchae. So, I mean, it's really strange. But
I really just wanted to ask you those questions. I wasn't really trying to, because I've seen your shorts and I've seen your videos before. I was curious on why you came to that conclusion.
Of Paul? I mean, Paul's not even a fucking name.
Paul isn't a name?
Mm-mm. Paulos is not a first name. It's a diminutive. It means the small one, which is why in Acts 13, the sentence before Paul starts going, or Shaul starts going by Paul, it literally has a guy named Sergius Paulus, because Paulos is a name. It just means the small one. It's like calling your kid Tiny or Junior. Like, no.
No, I understand. But yeah, no, I really just wanted to ask because some people, obviously they adhere to the idea that Christ was, or majority of people. I'm not saying because a majority, you have to also, but a majority do adhere to the idea that Paul and Jesus existed. But I just really wanted to, I wasn't trying necessarily to push your beliefs down. I'm trying to see why you believe that, because are you a Jesus mythicist?
Yeah, dude. I'm saying that Jesus and Paul never existed. I would have to be a Jesus mythicist.
You would have read like Richard Carrier's books on mythicism, like Jesus from Outer Space, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm familiar with them to some extent. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've been. Yeah, no, I know. I appreciate it, man. You have a good day.
When the fuck did we get ice cream?
Okay. All right. Well, that was. I don't know what that was all about, but okay. That was weird. All right. Well, yeah. I don't know what that was all about. Okay. $4.99 from Tracy, formerly Yanto, says, sitting here getting a tat, listening to you. Oh, and I'm a guy. Oh, I saw the name Tracy. I don't know. I guess this dude's named Tracy, right? Right? Do I know a dude named Tracy? I think I do. Yeah, it's Tracy Morgan. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I was like, I've heard that name before. Okay. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Tracy Morgan. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. So, well, yeah. And of course, there's dudes named everything. There's chicks named everything. But at the same time, I saw Tracy and I was like, am I dumb for assuming that the name Tracy is generally like a girl's name? I don't know. Anyways, but cool. Tracy, formerly Yanto, $4.99 sitting here getting a tat. Hopefully the tat is cool. And it better not. Anyways, listening to you. Oh, and I'm a guy, half laughing face, and queef. Okay. Had to ruin it. All right. Tracy, formerly Yanto, $1.99 says, you're an ass. I like that. That's pretty funny. I like that. All right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking it was going to be, Aaron. That's legitimately what I thought it was going to be. All right. We've got a growth in discomfort. What you got?
Hey, Jaron.
Hey.
On a personal note, first I want to say happy birthday, man.
It's not my fucking birthday.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. No, I always try to drop in like once a month with a question that maybe you could help me out with. So people I talk to, I'm like early in deconstruction, but and so I talk to people and they're starting to listen to you, even though they're Christians, but it's great. So, but they came kind of at me with, well, you don't have a contemporary because, and this is multifold, because of the illiterate, the inability or the even possibility of them having materials to write with and notate things, on top of
that doesn't make any sense.
The persecution, like the very few, and they've heard your 5,000 on the mountainside thing, and they're like, okay, so even the very few,
of the 5,000,
I'm saying if they would know the few that might record some of this, they would just destroy it, or because they were persecuted, and that's why it didn't last through the first century and had to be passed on because they were afraid, or they weren't able to, or they just were destroyed, and that's why it didn't make it through. So what would be your response?
Well, are they arguing that, like, are they taking the idea of it being written in the 2nd century? Are they taking that as good, but they're saying that nothing from the 1st century survived because it was destroyed? Is that what they're saying?
Well, I think, yeah, they're kind of saying, so this
or are they still saying that, like, the New Testament is from the 1st century? Which century do they think the New Testament was written in? Because they can't say, oh, hey, no one in 30 would have fucking written and we wouldn't have, it all would have been destroyed. If, like, they also think that Paul was writing in 48 and that wasn't destroyed.
Right.
So, yeah. Like, well,
what? I think if I understand, like, what their argument is that, this kind of small group that was persecuted from multiple sides, the Jewish wouldn't want to accept what, so.
And for the sake of the conversation, just for everybody to hear, I don't believe that they were being persecuted at all, and I don't think that this stuff would have been destroyed. But within their worldview, yes, they did think that.
Right,
so we're hypothetically.
So they're saying, like, they're kind of behind the 8 ball regardless, on top of being illiterate and not really having the ability to write it down because of who they were and where they were.
So, but again, are the people who talking to you, are they dating the New Testament to the 1st century, or are they dating it to the 2nd century like I do? Like, which one are they dating it to?
Well, they're they're kind of accepting that, yeah, second century, but
Oh,
this
they
is
did.
what this is why
Okay.
their
Okay.
assumptions are
So
because of these multiple things. This is
if
why
that's
you
the
wouldn't have
case,
contemporaries.
okay.
So
Okay.
what would you
So
say to that?
all right. So naturally, if they believe that the New Testament was written in the first century, then they don't have any leg to stand on when they say, "Oh, the New Testament stuff or the contemporary stuff would have been destroyed." Well, you have things written so close that some of those people could have been contemporaries and they didn't get destroyed, so that's bullshit. So that would have immediately discredited what they said. But if we're talking about second century, I get the idea that, like, they're saying, oh, hey, people from the first century, this stuff would have been destroyed and everything like that, and then finally it gets to the second century, and that's when we start getting things, because prior to that it was destroyed. So first of all, no, it very clearly, even the second most powerful man in Rome, which would be Pliny the Younger, writing in 111, doesn't seem to have any clue as to what they actually do behind closed doors, doesn't mention any kind of connection to Judea or anything from the New Testament, doesn't mention anything that they have, like a text or anything like that, literally doesn't mention it. He mentions that they sing songs and share meals and get together and stuff like that, and they share money and resources, literally never mentions any texts. That's really, really weird. So, on top of that, you then have stories in the second century. Basically, I brought up Pliny the Younger to show that, like, apparently they weren't going around destroying a whole bunch of texts, because there's just no evidence of that. No evidence whatsoever that they were doing that. That's just like appeal to mystery. But then in the second century, you have all these new stories that come about. If, for instance, no one was able to record any stories from the first century, then how is it that each gospel that shows up post Marcion, or even if you want to go post Mark and set Evangeline to the side, even if you want to start with Mark, you have each gospel that gets more exclusive information as things go on. All of a sudden, you have a story. You have stories in Mark that are unique to Mark. You have stories in Matthew that are unique to Matthew, like Jesus going down to Egypt and stuff like that. Then in Luke, you have a birth narrative, but it's different. And then you also have stories about John the Baptist being his cousin. That's not mentioned in anything else. And then in John, you got stories about Jesus meeting in secret with Nicodemus. Where is anybody getting all this information? You mean to tell me that it is silent for over 100 years and then they have new information as things get... It's very clear that these are people who are writing a fiction as opposed to remembering something that everybody else had. Otherwise, just about all the Gospels should be fairly similar and have these stories intertwined. You shouldn't get a story that is only found in one Gospel. That doesn't make any sense. So, nevertheless, what they're doing is they're appealing to something that you can't prove, and which is like, oh, hey, they could have been destroyed. Well, we don't have any evidence of that. And the Romans, when they talk about the Christians, don't seem to have any evidence of it either, or any knowledge of the destruction of these texts, or even really what the Christians even do. And then in the second century is when we start getting a crazy abundance of text. You think that, like, the persecution from the Romans just stopped in the middle of the second century? Like, they just decided, fuck it. Like, no one's gonna, like, why? All of a sudden you get like 40 plus Gospels written in the middle of the second century to the third. That's weird.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was going to ask you maybe, because historically I'm not well versed in this, so maybe you could, because I was thinking, okay, well, let me be the devil's advocate, which is kind of funny, posing as a Christian as the devil's advocate. But so if they would rebut and say, well, in the second century, there was a little more ease, so a little more ability to, that's been passed on verbally because they were hiding and were afraid.
There wouldn't be any more ease in the second century.
Have the resources.
The second century is when they start actually documenting martyrdom. Like, we don't have any evidence of any of the disciples or anything like that in the first century, or really any martyrdom in the first century. The second century is literally when you start getting stories of martyrdom. The earliest stories of martyrdom or any kind of prosecution of the church for doing illegal things or unaliving of Christians in any way, coming from either the Roman side or the Christian side, is in the second century. That's when they start talking about it. And that's apparently when we get all the Gospels.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Man, I appreciate it. Thank you. Keep it up. And yeah, I'll figure figure something out to bring you next month.
Sounds good. That was
All
Growth
right,
and
thanks, guys.
Discomfort, everybody. Constantly
Yeah, happy
bringing up
birthday.
some new stuff. Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't know what any of this shit is, and I'm fucking scared.
He got that on the way out. It's ridiculous. It's not redheaded. It's not. It's not my birthday. It's really not. I'm not trying to downplay my birthday. It's not my birthday.
What's up?
We got Connor Taylor here. Connor Taylor is going to give us some evidence
Yo.
for Jesus or Paul.
No, I'm not. Okay, wait, can you hear me?
That's what I call a spin 180.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, how's it going, bro? It's been a minute, bro, low key.
It is.
So, last time we talked, it was about the signature from you and for oh my goodness, I'm actually an idiot right now. I'm sorry. You and your co-author for the Matthew. Sorry, Aaron. You and my God, Matthew. So, how do I go about getting on this list?
Getting on the list for signatures?
Yeah, both of y'all signing the book.
Oh yeah. We just for some reason we just don't have any books in right now. But here before too terribly long, we're not only getting books, we're getting some bookmarks and stuff like that we'll ship out. So books with our signatures and stuff like that, but then actually a bookmark that's sent out. And a lot of that is going to help with the mods here who do an amazing job and everything like that. So definitely wanting to kind of try to raise some funds for them as well. Yeah.
Bet. Also, so I don't know if you have any family members that you try to talk to about this type of stuff.
You say family
How do you
members?
go
Is that what
about-
you said?
Yeah, because I try to lighten up because obviously it's a big like thing. My family personally is like really religious, and I'm like, hey, like Jesus didn't exist, and here's this ABC. I can say whatever, they just don't listen. So how do you go about trying to like bring your point across to people that are like full heart Christians and are unaccepting of your ideas or
Well, personally, and I know this, it's as much as I want people to believe as many true things as possible and stop believing false things, at the end of the day, unless they are willing to have the conversation, and ultimately, unless they're willing to have the conversation and they're willing to actually change their position if they are proven wrong, it's kind of a waste of time. And you definitely don't want to go out there and like just randomly spring it upon people. Because just as annoying as it is to have my door knocked on from some J-Ho or Momo that decides to come by and spread the good news of Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm not going to be knocking on doors. I'm not going to be bringing up the conversation and inserting it into places where it shouldn't really be. But if people are willing to have the conversation, especially if they bring it up and stuff like that, definitely be prepared to talk about it. Absolutely. But again, I always recommend if you get caught in a conversation about anything when it comes to religion or really anything at all, you should ask the person who you're talking to if they received information, proof, undeniable, without a doubt, information that their belief was wrong, would they still believe it? And you'd probably get a surprising answer back. Sometimes it's yes, I would still believe it even if I had proof that it was wrong. But other times it's a, hey, like, I'm willing to actually listen to this. I'm willing to actually change my opinion based off of the conversation. And it's an important ground or grounds for the conversation that you need to set at the very beginning.
That's good. That's
Tell
good.
them about the puppy. No,
Um,
sorry. Anyways, keep going. Keep going.
that is good. So, like, I just recently had a relationship end over this stuff. So um, it's like,
Over Jesus's existence?
yeah.
Wow. Well,
So,
what I would recommend, obviously, is unless the other person is having a conversation with you, I wouldn't bring it up. I mean, I get that like whenever you learn something new, lots of times you're like, oh my god, like I want to go tell somebody. Nah, you gotta have the tact to be able to say hey, and hey, maybe if you can like ease into the conversation, maybe you can talk about it.
yeah.
But there are some people who truly don't care. They don't care about that kind of stuff, and quite frankly, if you're with someone who doesn't care about their position on something, is that something?
Yeah.
Then you ask yourself, is that something that I'm okay with? You just,
Yeah.
making sure
That's
that
the
you know where you stand and know where the other person stands and that that's clearly communicated from the get-go is ideal. I mean, it really is.
yeah, I agree with that. It was just the biggest part was like she was just unaccepting of anything I say. Like I used to be Christian too, so I've been on this live when I was Christian and
Mhm.
saying, "Oh yeah, like Jesus existed because this, and this," and then oh my goodness, there's this magic that happened. So he met Paul, all this stuff, like unaccepting to anything you would say, and then all of a sudden you're like, "Look at this. Here's the in your Bible. This is the literal Greek, the literal Greek."
Yeah.
So there's no like translation issue. There's nothing like that. And
Yep.
I'm like, wow, like you know what? I'm an idiot
I mean,
or misled.
well, see, here's the thing. Lots of times people get into relationships and they part of what kind of draws them together is the fact that they come from a similar culture or a similar background, similar experiences, and a similar religion. And if those
Yeah,
religious beliefs change at any point, that can absolutely drive a wedge into it because of how much people tend to value religious beliefs. Again, a lot of it just kind of depends, just like how I said at the beginning of the conversation, you got to establish how does this person how much does this person care about the truth, how much does this person care about whether or not they're believing something that's right or wrong, because they might not, in which case don't
yeah,
have a conversation with them. It's just kind of a waste of time. I'm not saying you can't be friends with the person. Not, definitely not. I'm saying that like they might not care, but
uh-huh.
if they do end up caring or they don't care or something like that, you've got to also ask your question a question to yourself, which is how do I respond to whatever they're about to say? How do I respond to if they care about the truth and they're going to get super passionate about it, or if they don't care about the truth and they don't really care about what I have to say? What is your response
Yeah,
to that? You have to know yourself. You got to check your head. You got to make sure that you understand what they're saying. Everything needs to be as clear as possible. And I'm telling you right now that if you're in a relationship with a religious person and a religion is something that helps that relationship and it ties it together, then I'm not going to lie to you, it is probably fairly fickle already because of the fact that you're having to rely on something that is not just you or them for the
yeah,
relationship itself, if that makes sense. Like a relationship should be built
yeah,
upon like who you are and who they are, as opposed to like how you view the world or something, like, or how you view history or something. Yeah.
yeah.
But I'm
Uh,
sorry. I'm very sorry that you had to go through that. That sucks. That really does.
it's
And a lot of
yeah.
people have not a lot of people, but there have been some people who have mentioned that, and I've had to deal at least to some extent with that kind of stuff. Um,
Thank you.
but yeah.
I appreciate you. Can I talk about one thing from the Bible that I'm kind of confused about personally? Because when I'm still like trying to like process things. Not like obviously Jesus didn't exist. I'm trying to process things to build up evidence for my father because he's like me, where like um he still believes Jesus existed, but I'm trying to still compile some more stuff on like to like give him a case on why he shouldn't accept him. Because I told him about Rabbi, told him about all sorts of stuff, but something he's stuck on right now is the Revelations. Okay, Revelations, whatever. Revelations, and then there's Peter. So Peter and John were illiterate. In Acts, they go about saying it, and then you have First Peter, Second Peter trying to say that Peter wrote the entire chapters,
Yeah.
or books,
Yeah.
whatever. So I bring that to him, and he goes, "Well, they could just have scribes."
Okay.
Where the fuck does it say that?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just that's something that my co-author calls the scribes of the gaps argument. And there's actually a really big takedown, really fast. Church, I muted you. Please do not unmute until.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll get to you in just a second.
I was gonna say, you can never prove that Jesus didn't never existed. That's stupid.
Yeah, well, it's not stupid,
Yeah,
and
you
it's
can.
pretty easy actually. But that being said, you can just sit there for a second. No, you can just wait.
That's a lie.
All right, cool. Well, you you could have waited, and we would have had a conversation. But anyways, so the point is, when it comes to the scribes argument, Bart Ehrman actually does a pretty good takedown of the entire like scribal argument and stuff like that, and how he's like, no, there's not. That's dumb to rely upon that. Not only that, but a scribe is generally writing down what you said. So the fact that First and Second Peter, even from Christian scholar standards, comes back as a different author or is in a different style is really bad. That means that they're not quoting him correctly.
Okay.
You know, they're not writing down what he said. They're changing it at some point.
Yeah.
So I mean,
So-
it's still pretty rough. And I like how like everybody's like writing in Greek and stuff like that. These people grew up speaking Aramaic. If Peter needs a scribe or if Peter needs a translator, just write it in Aramaic. Why don't we have any Aramaic versions? Like don't worry about it. Like you're believing all this shit about like Pentecost where like they're able to speak in tongues, and what that means is just speaking in one language and everybody's able to determine it. Write in Aramaic and see if everybody can read it.
And Christians still don't understand the same thing. It's so fun. Even like the Pentecostals, they don't even understand their own fucking religion. It's amazing.
It is bizarre. I mean, it really is.
It is great. Even as like when I was like a Christian, I was like non-denominational. I didn't understand what the fuck they were talking about. And then now I'm looking away from it like how could anyone believe in something like this? But obviously I realized like, well, when you're fucking mouth fed something for your entire life, you're like,
Right.
okay,
Right.
it's probably true.
Oh yeah. I mean, people
How do you,
people tend to believe things when trusted people tell them something for a long period of time, especially from birth. Yeah.
yeah, how do you deal with the argument that like, oh, over half the population is probably a Christian? Like, how do you deal with that? Like,
Oh, well, I mean,
how could it be fake if over half the population believes in it? Like, how do you deal with this?
I mean, that's just appealing to the size of the religion. Prior to Christianity, the largest religion in the Western Empire was, you know, the imperial cult. Does that mean like Caesar was actually a god, and that's real? I mean, nah. There's always at some point in time there, going all the way back to the formation of religions. There is at some point, at any point in time, there is one religion that is the largest on the planet. So
Someone
like,
just said Shroud of Turin. Oh my god.
oh well,
You're
yeah.
trolling.
I don't know what's going on there, but I don't think they're trolling. Actually, it's just kind of stupidity. But again, appealing to the size of a religion doesn't really mean anything. I mean, it really doesn't. Like, okay, like it's just kind of. And what happens if Islam outnumbers Christians eventually? Does that mean that Muhammad was a real prophet? Is that how that works? Like
that's a good.
they
That's a good
just
observation.
switch
They
over
just
at a certain
switch.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's silly,
That's funny.
but
That's a really funny observation. Okay. Well, I appreciate you so much, bro.
Yeah, not a problem.
Text me if y'all have any books open with signatures.
oh yeah,
all sorts of stuff.
yeah. I'll definitely let you know. We're just waiting on some stuff in to get in. We're also taking a look, like I said, for taking a look at like bookmarks and stuff like that to kind of have so that people can have a little bookmark in there, and it's got Christ before Jesus, and they can also hand out a bookmark. You can get like a stack of them or something like that, and it's kind of easy. But we'll probably just send them out. Yeah, but
Bet. And if anyone has evidence for Jesus or Paul, come up. We'd love to have you.
yes, absolutely. That was a Connor Taylor, everybody. Do I have a sound for Connor Taylor? Here we go. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. All right. Let's see. This is probably not going to take very long, but we'll go ahead and bring up the Church of the Live. What you got?
Church of the Holy Lord Almighty Father God Jesus Christ.com.
Jesus Christ, you're crazy. All right, go ahead.
No,
Let's
you're
get
crazy.
into it.
Yeah, you're telling me that Jesus doesn't exist. Where's your proof?
Anachronisms.
So you have no proof?
I said anachronisms. I don't know if you are hard of hearing or something. Anachronisms are
So you
something
don't
that are
have
in
it?
a story that are out of place in time. And that's in
So
the
you don't
Gospels.
have it then?
I don't have anachronisms? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm looking for proof. I don't know acronism. I don't know what the hell you're talking about with that.
So
You have
that's
proof
that's
that
that's the
Jesus
problem.
did
So
not exist.
yeah. So anachronisms are concepts of a story that are out of place in time. If I told you a story about someone in the 1960s texting on an iPhone, you would know that story's bullshit, right?
No.
You wouldn't know that it's bullshit if someone had an iPhone in 1960?
No. Because some people could have had that. Who knows?
That doesn't make any
But
sense. Apple
What do you
wasn't
mean?
even a company in 1960.
How do you know?
Because Apple itself, I'm pretty sure, was formed in like the 70s.
Oh, back to the topic at hand. Where is
Yes,
proof
it was
that
founded
Jesus did not
on
exist?
April 1st of 1976 by Steve Jobs.
Yes. Where's the proof that Jesus did not exist? You didn't answer my question at all. You
Sweet.
actually
So
ran from it.
if no, I didn't. I answered your question directly. It's just you didn't understand the word, and I was trying to explain what that word means.
Do you understand the question or no?
You asked for evidence as to how I know Jesus didn't exist, and I said anachronisms. You then said, I don't know what that is, and I tried to explain it to you, and I'm trying to get you to understand that we didn't have iPhones in 1960, but it makes sense that someone who doesn't know that we can't have an iPhone in the 1960s, 40 years before the iPhone was introduced by Steve Jobs, it makes sense that that person also wouldn't remember how the conversation worked.
So you don't have any proof that Jesus did not
I
exist.
do, and it's anachronisms. Would you like for me
Okay,
to
what does that mean?
explain? I've already told
Yes,
you
what
what
does
it
that
means.
mean?
I already
No,
told
you
you what it
didn't
means.
It doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
What doesn't
You're
make
saying
any
that
sense?
You're not telling me why Jesus did not exist. You don't have any proof.
Are you asking for an example of anachronism in the text, or are you asking for
No, I'm
more
asking
evidence
for
as...
actual proof where Jesus did not exist. Where's the proof at?
Okay, so
Because you're
again,
saying
I'm
that
gonna
Jesus
have
and
to...
Paul never existed.
I'm gonna have to ask this question again. If I told you a story about someone in the 1960s with an
I
iPhone,
don't
you would
care
know
about
that story's bullshit, right?
analogy. It makes nothing. It means nothing to me. I'm
Okay.
asking you to find me proof where Jesus did not exist.
Okay, he mentions rabbis, and rabbis don't show up for another 40 years after his supposed death.
What they got to do with anything I just said?
That means that it's ahistorical.
I'm looking for the proof. I mean, I feel like it's going over your
That
head. or something.
it's not.
I think you're too
we've
smart
got
for your own good. I'm asking you, did
no.
Jesus? I need the proof where Jesus never existed, like you believe.
Yeah, the stories are ahistorical. I'm trying to tell you that.
And yet we're in 2026 of Jesus Christ after his death, right?
You think AD means after death?
Yeah, before Christ, BC. That's what was taught in schools before your time.
As if BC is somehow like not before your time too. Were you born in BC? Like what the fuck are you talking about?
Have you ever been to Jerusalem?
Have you?
I'm asking you a question. Again, you're not answering the question again.
No, and it's irrelevant to the question. It's irrelevant to the topic.
You know,
okay,
in your philosophy class, you don't answer questions with questions, right?
Sweet. I didn't take philosophy. I took history. It sounds
Well,
like you didn't even take English. That being said,
you took philosophy, maybe you could have understood that. You don't
cool.
answer
Well, this
questions
isn't a
with
philosophical question. This is a historical question. It's whether or not Jesus or Paul existed.
Why would you ask a question on top of a question? You didn't answer my question.
Sweet. Well, you're muted, and you need to stay muted. If you unmute while I got you muted, then I'm going to disconnect you. But Daddy's talking. So okay, well, you're gone. All right. So again, anachronisms show us whether or not something is a historical story or if it's something that is fabricated or fictional because it doesn't line up with the actual timeline. I mentioned one example of anachronisms in the text. There are multiple anachronisms in the text. There's actually quite a bit. And it's not just the Gospels, it's also the book of Acts, as well as the Pauline epistles. That guy did not understand what an anachronism was. I don't even think he really understood how time worked. And he also thought that AD meant after death. It doesn't. That doesn't make any sense. So when Jesus was alive, was that before Christ or after death? See, it's stupid. Okay.
Yeah. So
let's
I'm
see
here
really
prove
really
Jesus
quick
Christ
before.
existed.
Yeah, 1 second, American Dream. So we've got $2 from Justin Beagley there on YouTube. Says, denying Jesus might as well queef into the wind. Okay, I'm not capable of doing that. I don't think. I don't know. It depends on the definition of the word, I guess. And then $2 there from Alan says, 2 Peter is a rewrite of Jude. Anyone can see that. It is very, very similar. It's very, very similar. I'd be willing to actually agree with that, to be honest. There, thank you very much, Alan. Always with the deep pull, the deep pulls. Those are crazy. Okay, so American Dream, what you got?
Yeah. So I wanted to first of all, I don't want to go on to this too long, but what do you think rabbi means?
Rabbi is a position that is started by Yohanan ben Zakkai. It means teacher, and it's specifically like a rabbi is a particular position within like a rabbinic school. And the first rabbinic school is started right outside of Jerusalem with the approval of Emperor Vespasian at the end of the First Jewish-Roman War after the temple is destroyed in 70.
Okay, think of it like this. So before school teachers existed, do you think the word teacher existed?
What?
Before like schools were a thing and people were teachers.
Before anybody, yeah, before there was any teachers, the word teacher did not exist. You are correct.
No, before schools existed. Do you think the word teacher existed?
Like to mean a teacher? Like to mean a school teacher? No.
To mean a teacher of anything, to teach.
A teacher of anything. Okay. A teacher of anything? Like,
Yes,
no,
bro.
the teacher a concept, like to teach someone else, even before there's like a physical building or something like that. Yeah, I understand. Is there any instance of the word rabbi being used prior to 70?
70?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Is it in the Old
70s
Testament?
in the Old Testament? Probably
No.
not. No.
Is it
Yeah.
in intertestament books or Jewish apocrypha? Is it mentioned by Josephus, who fucks off in 70 over to Rome? Is it from Philo of Alexandria, or any manuscripts, any fragments, any tablets, archways, inscriptions, anything at all prior to 70? Hell,
So,
does the Mishnah,
okay,
which
hold
is
on, bro.
rabbinic literature, does it say that it existed prior to 70? No, it starts in 70. Because prior to that, they would go to the Cohen. That is a completely different position. And it's specifically the word that would be used to talk about the Levite priest. Because while there was a temple, they were under Mosaic law. So you would have to go to the Levite priest for the instruction on the Torah there in the synagogues and the temple.
No,
Sorry.
okay, I don't think this is honestly very meaningful of a conversation.
Yeah, I know. It's because you don't understand how words work. And you tried to come up here and tried to give evidence that rabbi is not anachronistic, and you don't have any evidence that it even existed prior to 70.
okay,
You tried to make a
this
claim about how the word teacher existed prior. Cool. And we can see how it existed prior to a building. Do you have any evidence of rabbi existing? No. So you're comparing apples to oranges.
Hold on, brother.
And do I need to
Can you-
explain fruit to you as well, or do you have any other points?
Holy Lord, can you please calm the fuck down?
Yeah, what do you got?
bro? Okay, so I'd rather just go off of secular non-Christians and that talk about Jesus.
Okay,
Obviously
like
you
what?
just mentioned one of them, like Josephus. Him. We got Tacitus. We got Pliny and his younger brother. I don't even know how to pronounce his name, but it's
That's not a brother of Pliny.
Suetonius. Yeah, that's his younger brother. But
What are you talking about?
Pliny, his younger brother. So anyways, so Tacitus, actually let's go to Josephus. He started writing in 93 to 94 CE, and what's his name? Tacitus
Did you
writing.
read Pliny the Younger and then think Pliny the Younger Suetonius or something like that? Like, are you just reading a list and you thought that
No,
meant
I
his
said
younger brother?
in.
Suetonius is not related to Pliny.
I said Pliny the Younger and Suetonius.
That's not his brother.
Did I say that?
Yes.
Oh, my bad.
Okay, you said the word brother. Who were you trying to say was his brother?
I might have just like misspoke because I don't know.
Because you're reading something that you've never read before in your fucking life?
If I was reading off of something, why would I? Okay, dude. Hold
Then
on.
why
Can
would you
shut
just
up?
randomly say the
Are
word
you
brother?
trolling
You
me?
just
Can you
insert
shut
the
up?
word brother
Hold on.
into most
Shut
things you
up.
read?
Shut up. Hold on, shut your mouth. Okay, so what?
Do you randomly insert the word brother into most things you read? You muted yourself, and then a
That
mod
was
got
the
you.
moderator. He muted
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
But no, because I think I might have said brother because my brother was talking, but
And then when I asked you about it, you tried to
or
double
it
down
might
on it
have.
and try to say that Pliny and Suetonius were brothers. You literally fought for something that you had misspoke.
I don't even remember. Okay, can you shut up? What is your problem?
Could you present some evidence or
You're
actually like
just
read a list for
trying
the
to
first time?
engage in a debate so you can get views. I thought you
Sweet.
wanted to debate.
It's not really much of a debate if you've literally never even seen some of these words.
I just don't know how to pronounce words.
And you just insert other words into the story and then argue for them.
It's not, okay, Bert. You're trolling. I'm not
Do you
even
have
gonna lie.
any evidence? And what does Suetonius say? What does Suetonius say?
So they were talking about how Christians were worshiping God. I mean Jesus. Yeah,
No,
which is
Suetonius
God.
does not say Jesus. Pliny doesn't either. Congratulations, you're stupid for two reasons.
You're trolling, Bear. So
Where does it
they
say
worshiped
Jesus
the
in
deity.
literally in any work
It
of
talks.
Pliny or any work of Suetonius? Where does it say the word Jesus?
Oh, so yeah, it talks about them worshiping a deity, which would, and we got to infer
Is
that
it
it's
called
Jesus.
Jesus?
We infer that it is
You infer it from what?
because they're talking about Christians worshiping a deity.
Yeah, Christ. That's what Christian means. Christ is a term, it means anointed, and it applied to multiple gods and multiple people prior to the supposed Jesus.
Dude, who is Jesus? Who? What's his quote unquote last name?
That's not his last name. That's a title. I just told
I
you.
know. So what? So yeah, they call him Jesus fucking Christ. Without the fuck. So they were talking about how Christians were worshiping him, and they were talking about how Jesus. And
Nope,
if you're
they
gonna
don't
try to
say anything
deny that
about
they're talking,
Jesus. In fact,
if
it
you're
never says anything in Pliny about this Christ being a man at all.
if you're gonna deny this, then like that's your fault. You want to go on to
All right.
Tacitus? All right, there he called Jesus. Actually, no,
Also
it's
doesn't
Josephus.
say Jesus either.
Okay, you're trolling, Bear. I'm not
Nope.
debating.
In Pliny's text, in Suetonius' text, and in Tacitus' annals written in 116, it doesn't say Jesus.
No, you're fucking stupid. I'm not debating you. Kick
Does
me,
it say
fucking
does it
weirdo.
say Jesus in Tacitus' annals?
Yeah, bro, you're just.
Does it say Jesus?
All right, chat. Call ice on this fucking stupid fucking retard. Get him gone.
Wouldn't make a lot of sense. Where are they taking me back to? Tennessee?
Did you nut in that cup, bro?
No, this is actually your dad's tears and your mom's cum. All right, moving on to somebody else. All right, Mike Nails Miami?
Of course.
Okay.
No, I'm not a believer, and yes, I'm of age. I'm just here to recruit all my slaves, the Christian slaves, because I see they obedient, they obey, they listen. So I'm here to recruit all my dumb slaves on your life. I love them. I'm an atheist, by the way. I'm just here to collect slaves. And I love your life, and I'm just here to say, keep it going. That's it. I don't know if you can hear me good.
No, that wasn't the problem.
Okay. You get dumb slaves on here all the time. They're dumb as shit. I'm here to collect them and take them with me. They'll make great slaves in my workplace. As long as I can get believers, oh man, I can control them the way I want. I'm a good master now. I just need Christian slaves. I see your live got a bunch of dumb ones, so I'm here to collect them.
Sweet. So what in the Army Hammer are you fucking talking about?
Okay. Slaves are retarded, right? Like the Christian slaves. They're retarded. They're dumb as shit. They don't know what the hell they're
I don't even know. I don't know.
You would go.
Que seis
Library.
ocho
Okay.
cuatro.
Playlist. You go library down here, and then playlist right here.
Va ser, filho. ¿Qué pasa?
Oh, sorry.
Hey.
Hold on, I'll be. Sorry, bro. I'm at the hospital right now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
You're at the. Wow.
Hello?
Okay. Well, you okay? Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So, I just want to reestablish, and I need you to confirm your claim. So, obvious claim is Jesus and Paul never existed. And I remember the last
Are you at
time I
an
was up
animal
there.
hospital? Like, why does it sound like it's just a bunch of people talking around camels or something?
I'm actually at the hospital right now. So a bunch of people walking around. So I want you to reaffirm your claim. You said the last time we talked, you said that any story about Jesus and Paul are made up stories by the church, so the faithful remain faithful and blinded to the truth. Is that correct?
When did I
Is it close
say
to
that?
I remember the last time I was up there, bro.
I did not say anything to the to that at all.
Anyway,
I didn't say anything of
submit
that
my
sort.
evidence to you. So I'm gonna use the Quran. The Quran.
Please. Can we try to keep it within like at least a few hundred years of Jesus' supposed life? Or do you just love appealing to things that don't show up for 500 years like as evidence of the thing? Like atheist man says, bro, go give your sick grandma a hug. And go do what you're there for. With your squeaky ass doors. The fuck kind of hospital do you go to? The fucking back porch?
Hold on, bro. Let me speak, bro. Surah Ali Imran 3 verse 45 talks about the prophesizing of Jesus Christ and his virgin birth. Right?
Sweet, dude. I don't care at all. The Quran is nothing more than desert Mormonism text, and it doesn't really mean anything.
It's a whole different.
It's not.
Religion.
It's not. It's an offshoot of Christianity.
Whole different other text.
It's not.
Enemy of Christianity.
Yeah, cool.
Against Christians.
Sweet. Well, it was formed by Christians. The earliest iconography of Muslims
bro.
was the cross. No, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm just telling you that it's just.
You
For
are
what? What did I say? What did I say that I'm a hypocrite on?
You say you don't care.
Care about what?
I'm giving you evidence.
No,
That's a
I'm
different
saying
religion.
I don't care about a late text that you think says something about Jesus. There's no evidence at all that anybody in there had any kind of access to new information.
You said any story that was written in the Bible about Jesus and Paul was made up by the church. So the faithful remain faithful and blinded to the truth.
That's
exactly
not anything that I've ever said. I've never said the phrase blinded by the truth.
I remember it, bro.
That doesn't even make any sense.
No, it makes sense.
They would be blinded by the truth or blinded to the truth.
And the truth is, the truth is the story about Jesus and Paul is made up.
Cool. I don't think we've ever talked before, man. Like, I honestly have no clue who you
Argue
are.
the Quran, bro. Argue that. I gave you my.
The Quran is nothing more than just like toilet paper from the 5th or 6th century. It doesn't mean anything. It's based off of Christianity. Why would it be anything that would talk about Jesus in a way that is historical?
I gave you one instance, one evidence, one scripture in the Quran.
Yeah, dude.
You can't even argue it.
It's not that I can't argue it. You're getting blocked anyways. Tell your grandma I said hi. Okay. No, it's dumb. It's not that it's not that I can't argue it. It's that you're appealing to something 500 years later as evidence for somebody and that didn't even make it halfway through the 1st century. I don't care. All right. Let's see. All right, so $1.99 from Tracy, formerly Yanto, which is a dude, by the way, says, happy birthday. It's not my birthday, and you know this. You've said happy birthday probably 10 fucking times. It's not my birthday. And then $5 from Mateo Potato says, Oppo is the queef source? I don't even really know what that means. And I'm kind of scared to say it because I don't want Oppo to get mad at me. But thank you, Mateo Potato. Anyways, Patrick Ashby 3. What you got?
Yes. Have you ever heard of Julian the Apostate?
Julian the Apostate.
Yes, he is a Roman emperor who wanted to defy the teachings of Jesus and rebuild the Jewish temple. And
why do
the
I care?
events-
He's
because
born in
the-
331. What does that have to do with Jesus?
Well, stand by and let me listen.
Well,
Or
no,
listen.
in the 4th century, there's not going to be any evidence for Jesus just
There is
falling out of the mouth of
God
an emperor.
did
That doesn't
not
make any sense.
work because of fireballs and earthquakes, and that is recorded by a Roman pagan historian. Look it up. It
Yeah,
did not
cool.
work
Anyways, that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago. What do you got for
It
that?
does have to do with what Jesus prophesied. He said
In the
temple
4th
would be
century?
destroyed and it would not be rebuilt. Someone
Okay.
attempted to rebuild it, and it did not work.
Sweet.
because
That doesn't mean that Jesus existed. Who cares? Give me the evidence that Jesus actually said that shit.
So, have you ever heard of someone trying to build something and it not being built because of fireballs and earthquakes?
Dude, that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that the person you attribute that claim to or that prophecy to actually existed. Prove to me that that person actually said it.
Roman historian. You can find this out for yourself.
Prove to me that he said it. Even if that was a true thing that you just made up, where's the evidence that he said it?
Julian the Apostate, and then you can go down.
Sweet. What is the evidence that Jesus actually said those words?
What the evidence that Jesus said the temple would be destroyed? There will not
Cool.
be-
What is the evidence that he actually said that?
It's in the Bible.
Okay. And how did you determine that was historically reliable?
Well, the temple did get destroyed.
I don't give two flying fucks. The book was written after the temple was destroyed. What's your evidence that Jesus actually said those words?
Obviously, before the temple was destroyed.
What?
Jesus spoke those words before the temple.
Prove
was destroyed.
it. Prove it.
Well, it's written.
Okay, sweet. It's also written that Clifford the Big Red Dog grew so big because of the love of Emily Elizabeth. Does that mean anything?
Guy back in time who said the temple will be destroyed.
Right, yeah, we're not even listening to that. I think it's nuts. All right. Let's see. Oh, $5 from Mateo Potato says, supposed to read it like Q source. You ruined my joke. Oh, Oppo is the QEF source. That sounds fucking wild, dude. Like, okay, now, I mean, I get the joke now, but like, oh my God. I don't know if I made it better or worse. All praise Clifford, the big red dog. All right. The Sling and Stones, how's it going?
Hey man, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm driving the car, so I'm sorry if you hear a lot of
You mean that
noise.
you're in the back of an Uber, correct?
No, I'm driving. I'm driving my own car, so I'm sorry for the noise.
I think there may have been a little bit of a language barrier that stopped him from being able to understand that you can't say that, but he said it nonetheless. He said it. And when they say it, they say it. He's really honesty. Skadunk. All right. Is there somebody connecting? I was trying to connect somebody named Nielsen or something. Yes, as that that is not just Hanji, that is Pharaoh Hanji. As Pharaoh As Hanji to Pharaoh says, don't TikTok and drive. That Hanji level up? I think so. I think the rank is actually, it goes, oh, this guy again? Dude, okay, are you in the back of an Uber now? Okay, the rank is Targaryen, and then
Can you
you
hear
become
me?
fair. Yes, you're in the back of an Uber, correct? Like you're riding in the back of an Uber?
I'm riding my car.
You're riding in the.
That's not a problem.
You're
I'm going to
riding
park.
in the back of your car.
No, I'm riding. I don't know what kind of car you have, but my car, I'm
I'm the type that I don't TikTok in. I don't TikTok in it. That's the type I have. I am the car. Lexi's going to request up. He's going to be like, I am sitting on the engine. Nielsen Smoke, what you got?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what you got, man?
I'm an atheist. I'm not a Christian.
Okay.
I came out to my cousin a few months ago, and he told me that I'm going to hell.
Yeah, well, yeah, that happens.
What, what would your advice be to tell him?
See your mom there?
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I mean, it's not a real place, so who cares? Like, it's like,
I don't know if you know this. Even if it's not a real place, when somebody tells you it's kind of painful, hurtful because they believe that it's real.
yeah, I mean, they believe it's real, so it's annoying. But like, okay, like if a if there was a if there was a Mormon who came up to you and said you're going to go to spirit prison, would that mean it? You'd be like, that's the dumbest sounding thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, I'm also not American, so if my accent is a little terrible,
Oh no, it's not. It's not terrible. I don't think that anybody's accent is terrible. The thing is heavy or not, but yeah, you're good. I don't know. French are pretty bad.
I live in Paris, so.
Anyways, so but what so what you got?
Also, why don't you think, why are you a mythicist of Jesus? Because it's like even if Jesus, the myth Jesus did exist, the magical Jesus, don't you think the normal Jesus exists? Like,
I mean, I understand your question, and a lot of people have that question. You know, what's the problem with at least just the natural Jesus, and not like the magical Jesus who can do miracles? I get it, but at the end of the day, it's just not a real story. Like, I mean, even if Jesus did exist, which he didn't, but even if he did, like, there's still a lot of hurdles that they have to jump over in order to get to like why you should worship Jesus or something. But I mean, for me, I'm going to take a look at something and I'm going to try to figure out whether or not it's true or false. And I care about that. And I want other people to care about that kind of thing as well. I want people to be able to look at what they say and what they believe and question whether or not it's actually true, if there's evidence to back it up. And for the Jesus claim, it's just not real. And even if people just go, oh, well, you know, Jesus, you know, what's the harm? You know, why is it so bad to think that Jesus just existed? You know, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Well, unfortunately, that's giving them, that is giving Christians and stuff like that an inch. And when they take an inch, they take a mile. I know that you're over in, that's giving them a centimeter. And whenever they give them a centimeter, they take a kilometer. I don't know. What the fuck is a kilometer? The point is, you don't want to. There's no reason to just say that Jesus existed if he didn't exist.
But okay, you maybe 500 years from now, right? Maybe all the videos that you made disappear. And maybe there's a bunch of people that write about you and they put some magical things in it, like you could fly, you could heal people. we would understand that okay, there's some small evidence about you, but the magical part, okay, we will say, okay,
Yeah.
maybe, of course he didn't fly, of course he didn't heal anybody. He was just an ordinary guy.
Well,
We know that the non-fiction part of you, maybe he existed, but we know that the flying cowboy didn't exist.
Right. Yeah, and I get it. But the difference here is that what or the issue here is what I'm saying is that Jesus, even the natural Jesus, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. So if there was a story that talked about how in the future I flew and stuff like that, and if it also included some problems with the natural story, you could say that if Jaren existed, if the cowboy existed, he's not the version that this story is talking about. And that's what I'm saying here, that there's problems even in the natural story for Jesus in the Gospels. So I can say that that guy, as presented in the New Testament, didn't exist. But if you want to say that there's another Jesus that existed in a different way, you could say that. But
But at that point,
we
that
don't have
doesn't
any
make
evidence
sense.
for him then.
But at that point, I mean, I'm talking about the Jesus in the Bible, because if you go outside of the Bible and not, because not everything that they say about Jesus in the Bible was magical, right?
Right. Yeah, but there's problems even in the parts that are not magical. Even the
Okay.
parts that are not magical have problems. That's the big issue here.
Okay. But it's a hard position to take,
It can
especially if
be.
you're talking to a Christian, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And now because when I was talking to my cousin, I told her that I believe that the normal Jesus existed, but
Mhm.
I don't think that the magical
Like the
Jesus
magic one.
existed.
Yeah. And I get it.
And
That's a common stance.
and he cannot believe the sense that I'm saying that the magical Jesus. If I'm saying that the Jesus exists, that means that how can I deny that he is God? That's the part I have a problem with. So if when I told him that Jesus exists, the normal Jesus exists, he said now he's saying that how can I deny that the God Jesus is God?
Well, I mean, you can kind of see how, even though it might be a harder stance to take because you got to be pretty familiar with the arguments, my stance there would be pretty easy because no one can convince me that Jesus was the Messiah if he didn't even exist.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
But I've got someone who's coming up here and is asking, probably got some evidence for Jesus, but what was it?
Can I ask a last question?
Yeah,
One
go ahead.
more. When I'm speaking to my cousin, right, I'm speaking as if God exists. I'm not speaking as he's not real. So
Right.
maybe I will say God could have freed the slaves before they went to Africa and to America and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And he will say that the reason why I'm talking like he existed because I know in my heart that he exists. That's why I'm speaking like that. And that's a really annoying part, and I don't know how to explain that. That's bullshit, because when I'm speaking about Spider-Man, I'm
Right.
saying that Spider-Man is a fucking idiot. He could be rich, but he's poor. you know.
Yeah, I guess. But I think a lot of it is when you're talking to people, and I say this a lot, when you're talking to people, there are some people you're going to talk to who don't care, even if you prove them wrong, they're still going to believe it.
Okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
thank you.
But yeah, what you might want to do, look. So on TikTok, there's a guy named Bar, or they call him Bar. It's Black Atheist Rants. You would probably It's a black space. It's atheist space. That kind of thing. I would definitely go in there and hang out if you can.
What's the name?
The username is Black Atheist Rants. RANTS. Rants.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, happy birthday.
No, oh my god. Oh my god. all of that. I bet you. Was that guy even French? Was he even French? Anyways, let's see. Really fast. I guess there's some there's a mezzo right in here. Mezzo is apparently sending people over here. I don't know why. I thought Mezzo fucking hated me. I go through periods of time where I think that Mezzo and Joel like absolutely hate me, and then there's also times where they absolutely love me. And I think it's pretty much hot or cold, which is what God prefers anyways. You know, I'm not going to be lukewarm with Joel if that's what you guys are asking. I'm not going to be lukewarm with Joel. I'm not going to be lukewarm with Mezzo. It's either hot or cold, baby. All right. Let's see. They love you. Yeah, well, yeah. Joel does hate you. He does hate you. Oh gosh. All right. Mezzo said this was a hate raid. That actually makes sense. Is Mezzo in the chat? He might be in the chat. I don't know. All right. Troy V165. What you got there, buddy? Definitely hot and cold. Hot and cold at the same time.
Bro, can you hear me?
I can. What you got there as I eat my...
Cool, man.
What do you call these things?
I've just got...
It's not trail mix, snack mix.
2 quick questions.
I've got a quick question as well. So I've got some like pretzels and shit like that, like in a little bag. So this is like a little pretzel stick kind of thing, right? But what the fuck is this? This is like some kind of dried ass like tree bark pepperoni shit. Like I don't know what this is. They're nasty. I don't know anyone. This is basically the candy corn of pretzels. I don't understand what it is. It's disgusting, and anybody who eats it needs to be lobotomized. Anyways.
Yeah,
oh, it's a rye chip?
I just wanted to know about the when the persecution of the Christians started. So was that the 2nd century?
The persecution of the Christians?
Yeah, like the Roman, like within
the
Roman
persecution,
Empire.
the actual official persecution of the Christians would be like maybe 3 to 6 years before the Edict of Milan. So in the beginning of the 4th century, maybe.
Okay, so it's not like around when Nero was in power.
No, when Nero was in power, they prosecuted them for fucking burning down Rome.
Okay. And the other thing was, so the thing with the rabbi, the term rabbi, were they not originally called Pharisees?
So why wouldn't they just call Pharisees?
No, I'm just saying, like, I just didn't think that the term
so
rabbi, like,
rabbi is a position. Pharisees, that's a political group.
Okay.
And
okay,
no,
cool,
that's not really what they were called. Like Pharisees would maybe want to be rabbis or something, maybe, but like that's not.
Okay.
It's not the same term.
Yeah, I thought they were the ones who like would teach people in the temple.
Pharisees?
Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of looked it up, and that's what. Yeah, I don't know.
No,
yeah,
I mean they're a political group that was more like a stricter sect of Judaism, but that doesn't automatically equate to rabbis or even like priests, really.
Okay, cool. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Oh yeah, not a problem. That's Troy V165, everybody. Troy V165. I've got a question. Which Troy came first? The Troy with Brad Pitt, or the Troy on High School Musical? Which one came first? Need some diving into. Brad Pitt came in. No. High School Musical? Let's see. Let me actually find out. Okay. That movie came out in 2004. That's when I thought it came out. High School Musical surely was after that. High School Musical was 2006. There it is. There it is. Do I have a sound for that? Yeah. You know, the first girl who had the balls to call me her boyfriend loved that movie. Oh my God, she loved that movie. We talked about it from time to time. I've never seen it. To this day, I think she thinks that I've seen that movie. I'm not going to watch that fucking movie. All right. Oh, there's a very important poll. What? Rye chips. Oh my God. Rye chips are the best part, are good, are fine. I agree with Jaron. There we go. Yeah, they're nasty. They're nasty. Like rye chips. They're nasty. Let's see. We've got, who we got up here? Let's see. The Bags Palace? The Bags Palace?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
22.
All right. And rye chips. What are your take on rye chips? If you get a bag of pretzels or like pretzel snack mix or whatever, and then you get one of these fucking crusty ass areola things, what do you do with them? You just avoid them? You eat them? You like them? What are you doing here?
I actually don't know what that is, bro. I'm from South Africa. I don't know.
Okay. Well, let me put this in a way that you might know. You guys in South Africa, you got horse shit, right?
Horse what?
Shit.
For?
Like just horses. There's horses in South Africa, right?
What are we supposed to do with it?
A horse?
No, what do we do with horse shit? What do we do with it?
It just exists. It's there. You shovel it, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
This is basically the food version of horse shit.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. It's terrible. It's the consistency of like a concrete Lay's potato chip, but I mean it doesn't taste much better. I'm not gonna eat it. Here, listen. It's awful.
Oh jeez.
Tastes like I'm fucking eating a bunch of leaves or something. I'm pretty sure that the people who make it's not no. Most of them in here are like normal, like human, like edible food. But the rest of them, like these things, there's more in here. I am fully convinced the people who make these things, they're like mad scientists. And not like mad scientists, they're like, we're gonna like try experiments on people and stuff like that, so let's make them eat like horse shit chips. No, that's not what I'm talking about. It's not what I'm talking about at all. What I'm talking about is I think that these mad scientists are really into evolution, all right? And they want to actually take us back to when we were in trees. And so they're deciding to give us these like pressed acorn sons of bitches, and they put them in the bag and expect for humans to try to eat them. In fact, I think that they are the sole reason that we have an appendix. We need the extra intestines in order to process whatever the hell this is.
In order for that to go down your stomach.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
That's crazy.
Anyways. So the Bags Palace. What you got for us?
We're still on the same topic, proving that Jesus existed. Huh?
Yeah.
Did I give you my name?
The Bags Palace.
Nathaniel. My name is Nathaniel. And can I get yours? This is my first time on TikTok.
Yorkib.
It's strange to have this
Yeah,
conversation.
no worries. Yorkib. Yorkib. Yep.
Yorkib. Okay, nice to meet
Yorkib.
you, bro.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay. So my question is, for my understanding, if Paul and Jesus never existed, it removes the Bible completely from our theology.
Why?
We don't have a basis of religion if there's no Paul and there's no Jesus.
I mean, okay. I mean, All right. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that, but if that's how you want to take it, that's how you take it. I don't know.
Are you saying you're not necessarily saying that? So that means that if there's no Paul and no Jesus, the Bible can still stand.
The what?
The Bible.
What about the Bible?
So if there's no Paul, there's no Jesus. Can the Bible still stand?
I mean, what? I'm not really concerned with that. Like, I'm just talking about whether or not they existed. I mean,
Yeah,
you
so
can deal with the
the concern-
ramifications of that later on if you want, but we're just talking about whether or not they exist.
Yes, so if they don't exist, then that means that in the Old Testament, where the prophets who prophesy the coming of Jesus are then false prophets, so we can't follow the Old Testament. And
I
we
mean,
can't
if that's
follow
how you
Paul
want to get
either
rid of the Old
because-
Testament, you can if you want. I mean, it's not my concern. Jesus and Paul never existed. If you think that means that, you know, the Old Testament's bad or the religion's bad or that, you know, I don't know, some guy down the street's going to explode or something like that, I don't know. Like, the results from this knowledge is not my responsibility. It's just Jesus and Paul never existed. Whatever you want to do with that, you can do with it.
So the reason why I'm bringing that up is because if we're gonna say Paul and Jesus never existed, and just disqualifying the Bible completely, because
guess.
that's where we get.
I mean, if you want to
our
do that, that's fine, but that's not what
archaeological-
we're talking about. I'm
No,
telling
the
you,
reason
man.
why I'm saying that is because
Yeah.
we get our archaeological. I'm saying that word properly. Sorry, the archaeological findings for Jesus. We get our historical.
What archaeological
for
findings
Jesus
do we have for
in
Jesus?
the Bible?
What archaeological findings do we have for Jesus?
Like, if the Bible is true, we
Okay,
know
dude,
if-
slow down. What archaeological evidence do we have for Jesus? Like, what archaeological findings do we have for Jesus?
I'm saying the historical things that happened in the Old Testament. If they
Dude,
are true,
dude, oh man.
we can have that progression into the New Testament.
Okay, there's nothing in the Old Testament about Jesus, man. There's nothing in the Old Testament about Jesus.
There's a lot. There's a lot.
What are you talking
There's a
about?
lot of Jesus.
What?
I mean, I'm sure you've had a lot of Christians say, "Hey, there's Jesus in the Old Testament." I'm sure.
Yeah,
they've had
they
that
say
conversation.
it because they're brought up to say it, but they have never actually read the text. It doesn't say anything
Because
about
they've
Jesus.
learned about it.
Yeah, but I mean, you can also learn about. Wow, God damn it! You're in South Africa. Let me see. Give me 1 second here. In South Africa. All right. Okay. Whoa. All right. So you also learned when you were young, probably Minnie de Poe.
What?
I have no idea. You know, it's the South African version of Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, you know
South
Winnie the Pooh,
African
right?
version.
Didn't you say you're from South Africa? Didn't you say South Africa?
Yes, I said I'm South African, but we don't learn.
You don't
There's
know Winnie the
different
Pooh?
provinces I know Winnie the Pooh. I just don't know
Yeah.
the South African version of Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, his name's like Minnie the. I don't know. You apparently know the English version. I guess there's an African's name or Afrikaans. Yeah. Anyway, the point is,
Yeah.
Winnie the Pooh is something that we learned about when we're kids, but we realized that that's fake. So we stopped. Actually, you don't believe in it. You know what I mean? I don't know if you ever really believe in it, really, but like it's just fictional. Same thing with Jesus. It's not that hard. It's just a story.
Yes, but what I'm saying to you is that if the reason why we follow Jesus is because the old prophets in the Old Testament say that he is the coming Messiah.
No, they
So
don't.
if
When do they say that?
Yes, they do.
When do they say that?
A lot of places. A lot of places.
When do they say
The
that?
book
Just
of
give me
Isaiah.
one.
The book of Isaiah.
No,
Okay, let me
nowhere
give
in
you that.
Isaiah does it say anything about the word Jesus.
Not the word Jesus. I'm saying. the
Okay, then
coming of
how'd
the
you know it
Messiah.
was Jesus?
Because he then claims to be the Messiah in the New Testament.
Okay, cool. So if there was something that said there was a guy who was going to show up who was going to be the Messiah, that means that literally anybody who claims to be the Messiah was the Messiah?
But Jesus then proved to be the Messiah.
No, he didn't. You don't have any evidence that the guy existed.
But that's where we're going to. We're building up to that, right?
You can't.
So
we're not.
so what I'm
Okay.
trying
The
to
way
say
that
to you is
history,
that
the way that
if
history
people
works,
who
we do
don't-
not figure out whether or not somebody existed based off of whether or not someone said they will exist. That's not.
Yes,
that's
that's
not
right.
how that works. We don't say, "Oh,
Yes.
hey, well, there's a prophecy for someone, so obviously the prophecy came true." That doesn't mean
That's not
anything.
what I'm saying.
What you have to do
That's
is you have
what
to
I'm saying.
prove that Jesus actually did exist, so that we can talk about whether or not he fulfilled the prophecy.
I'm saying
How
to
did you
you that
determine he
our
existed?
proof comes from the Bible.
Cool.
And the
How did you
Bible
determine
gives
that was
us
historically
not just
reliable?
that.
How did you determine that was historically reliable?
How
When
do you
talking about
determine that the
Jesus.
stories of Hitler is historically reliable?
About Jesus, yeah.
I'm saying, how do you prove that the stories of Hitler are historically reliable?
Because we have pictures and videos. It's World War II, man. It's one of the most like well-researched wars in history.
So you wanted them to have pictures and photos in the 80s?
No, you just asked me a question about someone who we do have pictures and photos for. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You brought up the guy.
That's what I'm saying to you, though. I'm saying that we only have those archaeological findings, but those are from the Old
We don't have any
Testament, where
archaeological
there is-
findings for Jesus, so give me the evidence he existed.
Where Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed, they still saw
That's
them
not
there. We
evidence
know
of
that-
Jesus. Give me the evidence for Jesus.
I'm saying the evidence of the Bible.
No,
Bible
no,
is
no.
true, then
Listen,
Jesus is
listen,
true.
listen. No, that's not how that
Yes.
works. Is London real?
that's how it works.
Is London real?
Yes, it's real.
Does that mean that Harry Potter is real?
That doesn't
Does
work
that mean
either.
Harry Potter is real because there's
But
a
that's
city that
movie. You're
exists?
talking about a movie. Ask me
No, I'm
an
talking about a
actual person.
book. And London is a real place. You can visit it today.
You're talking about something that is actually put as fictional. This is talking about
Is South
religion,
Africa
which is
real?
real.
Is South
Yes, it
Africa?
is.
So does that mean District 9 is real? Does that
District
mean
9
Chappie is a real story?
Chappie, what?
This is dumb shit, dude. You're just pointing to things in a book and you're saying, oh, hey, here's a place. This place is real. Therefore, I guess the whole story's real.
Okay, is South Africa real?
Yes.
Is the book of Nelson Mandela real?
What do you mean the book of Nelson Mandela?
Is it real?
I don't know what that is.
The book of Nelson Mandela.
I don't know what that is.
This is the book that tells the story of Nelson Mandela.
You mean
Is
like
it real?
history textbooks?
Yes. Is it
History
real?
textbooks are real books that talk about things that happened. Yes, because they provide
the
evidence
Bible.
for them. They have sources. And not
Same
just
thing with
no.
the
Listen,
Bible.
listen. But they don't say, "Oh, hey, Nelson Mandela is real because South Africa is real." They say Nelson Mandela is real. Here's the evidence specifically for him. If you have
That's
to
what they
prove
do
that
with the
Jesus
Bible too.
existed by taking a look at Sodom and Gomorrah, then you're not going to get anywhere.
There's more
So
than
where is
just
the evidence?
that.
No, okay. So provide the evidence specifically for Jesus. If you bring up anything that's not Jesus, then I'm going to disconnect you. What is the evidence for
I'm saying
Jesus?
My point is this.
Mhm.
My point is that if there is no Jesus, there is no Bible. For us
Sounds good,
Christians,
man.
we know that.
Sounds good. If there's no Jesus, there's no Bible. If that's how you want to take it, then that's how you want to take it. I don't know how to tell you any other way that that's probably correct and you fell ass backwards into the truth and you just didn't know it. Let's see. $1.99. Oh, wait. Hold up. $2 from Dionysian Mask that said they sent us for your birthday party. Mezzo sent me for the birth. Mezzo and Joel, those diabolical sons of bitches, decided to both claim that I had a birthday today. My birthday is not today. What the hell? And then $2 from Tilting Windmill says Mezzo still get marks on the board for a mention. No, we don't have mentions there for him. Maybe someday we'll put him back on there. I don't know what to put on there. $1.99 there from the prototype 1619 says shout out to rye chips. Those are gross. They're honestly one of the worst things. It's like eating like, I don't know, galvanized sawdust. All right, $1.99 from Dan Schwartz says Mezzo doesn't hate you. He's just jealous of Queef. Why would he be jealous of that? It's not even something I do. All right. $2 from Zeno Lapudre says Adam's areola chips. Taste the original sin. $5 from Resting Op Face says eat your rye chips like a good host, and a guest's mom will reward you with a long, slow queef to the face. Oh, God. Nothing in that message sounded good at all. Except for maybe a guest's mom. $2 from Forstord. I don't know if that's that. No, that's not it. But maybe, I don't know. Happy birthday, J. Ron. Get an Arby's roast queef, Sandy. Your creativity is disgusting. All right. $1.99 from JDD4RQ. I'm not really sure what that means. Jesus touched me. He won't get away with it. Hashtag me too. Dear God. $1.99. Thank you very much there from Elsu Gui, I think. Devin de Staven do Gora. Stavindo Gora. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I apologize. It's a bunch of Spanish all rolled into one. I don't know. I'm sorry. All right. Okay. Maybe this person is back and is capable of explaining. All right. So where are you right now? The Sling and Stones. Where are you right now?
Now I am at home.
Okay.
You're right, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the previous calling.
Not a problem. All right. Water under the bridge. So, what's your evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Okay, I've heard you were before discussing with a previous guest about the prophecy of the falling of the temple.
Okay.
You said that prophecy was false, right?
No. What? No.
So what you said, can you please just summarize
I
for
said
me?
that the prophecy is written after the temple falls, so I mean, who cares?
So that's your claim? You believe the prophecy is written after the temple falls?
Yeah. Why?
That's what you believe?
It's
That text,
a fact.
that text is written after the event, right? That's your claim.
Yeah. That's how that works.
So beautiful. If I show you that prophecy is written before the falling of the temple, will you profess the Lord Jesus as your Lord and Savior right now here?
No. That doesn't make any sense, but you can show me it. What you got?
Come on, boy. Come on, cowboy.
Are you saying like if
you
if you show me that like the Gospels are pre-70, written pre-70?
Okay, let's stick.
Is that what you're asking?
No, let's stick to this single argument. Okay, you said your claim was the prophecy of the falling of
That
the temple,
comes from Jesus, yeah.
but you said that is clearly written after the event, right?
Yes, because they were talking about Jesus saying something. Yeah. And that's written after the event. If you show me proof that Jesus said that prior to 70, I guess that'd be pretty good. If you show me proof that like the Gospels are pre-70, that'd be pretty good too.
So beautiful. So if I show you evidence, you profess.
You know what?
Jesus as
Fuck
your
it.
Lord
Yeah,
and Savior?
dude. You know what? Sure. Show me any evidence that.
Okay.
Give me proof that a gospel. Hold on. Listen.
Okay.
That a gospel that includes Jesus talking about the temple's destruction and everything like that, prophesying this temple's destruction. Show me evidence. Show me proof that the gospel, one of those gospels that has this, is written before 70. And I will profess the Lord Jesus Fadufers, whatever you said.
Your profession of faith. You would take your profession
yeah,
of
absolutely.
faith.
The whole
It's a deal.
ABCs. I will admit, believe, and confess right here, live on air.
Come on, cowboy. Let's strike this deal. I show you evidence. You profess Jesus as your Lord and Savior.
I've already given you the deal. So give me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Bring up John chapter 5 verses 1 and 2. Let us see who's the last one to make a laugh.
You don't know what you're doing.
Beautiful. Go there.
Okay.
Go there.
He's literally using Daniel Wallace. Like, this is not gonna go well. Literally, I talk about this every single weekday, man. But okay, we'll do this. All right.
I'm just getting started.
Yeah. Please continue.
Okay, so do you know the argument of Daniel Wallace?
Yes.
And for instance, it's not Daniel Wallace, it's John Van Kooten. Let me just be
Doesn't
correct
matter. Either way, it's
with
the
the
same
search.
bullshit argument. Also,
So do you
I'd like
know
to point out that
also-
Jesus doesn't
so-
make the claim in this gospel, by the way.
Okay, let me just show you the gospel.
No,
The
you.
gospel and
I
the
told you that
prophecy.
we have to have a gospel with the prophecy prior to 70. Where's the prophecy that Jesus makes in the Gospel of John?
In the Gospel of John,
Yeah,
you
where
won't
does Jesus say the temple's going to be destroyed?
there's even more. In
Is it in the
John.
Gospel of John, where Jesus says?
Read the verse I suggest you.
Okay, the verse you suggested is about the pool of Bethesda.
So read verse 1 and verse 2.
After this, past tense, there was, past tense, a festival of the Jews, and Jesus went, past tense, up to Jerusalem. Now, in Jerusalem by the sheep gate, there is a pool, present tense, called in Hebrew.
It's present tense, right?
Yes.
Okay, you can
Yeah.
stop there. You can stop there.
Well,
So
no,
there's
hold
a
up,
change-
slow down. You told me to read verse 2, so I'm going to do it. Called in Hebrew Bethzatha, or Bethsaida, or Bethesda, it just kind of depends, which has 5 porticos. This is very important and will come into play later. Keep going. What you got?
I'm finished. So my argument is
Hope it was fun for you.
here. Yeah, so
That was it?
Can I speak?
You
There
said
was a
your argument
change.
was here.
Let me speak.
Ah,
so
okay.
there is a change in the tense of the verb
Correct.
between the verse 1 and verse 2. In
Mhm.
verse 1, when he's recounting Jesus' deeds, he uses the past tense.
Yep.
In verse 2, he is describing the state of, the places he
Mhm.
is still seeing around, existing,
Okay.
standing in Jerusalem. So he changes the verb. He's talking
Yeah.
to the present.
Yeah. In other words,
Okay?
the 5 porticos and the pool of Bethesda
So
are
do you
there.
agree?
Listen. The 5 porticos and the pool of Bethesda are currently there at the time of the writing. Yes.
Beautiful.
Mhm.
So do you agree? Do you agree Jerusalem fall in 70 AD?
There was a siege of Jerusalem, yes, and a temple's destruction. Yep.
Beautiful. So do you agree the fallen of this structure is attested around 70 AD?
Daniel Wallace points that out. Yeah, I'd agree with him. That it could not
No, it's
survive
just
70 if it
Daniel
was
Wallace. It's not just Daniel Wallace. It's a very historical attested fact.
there. Okay, so
By
what
by
has
the
fallen?
academic consensus.
So what has fallen?
The Jerusalem temple
The Jerusalem temple, yes. Yes, it
is
fell in
fallen
70.
in
Yes.
70 AD. Do you
Correct.
agree with that?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So, I have bad news for you. So
Okay.
you're about to take your profession of faith.
Okay.
Because you just read to me the pool had how many
5.
colonnade?
They have 5 porticos. Yep.
Beautiful. So have you ever seen a pool with 5 porticos? Why is this detail so important?
Because
have you ever
those
been
are
in a pool?
porticos that were next to the pool of Bethesda whenever the text was being written, explicitly talking about where blind and sick people would lay.
No, I'm talking about the 5 colonnades
I
the text
mean,
is mentioning.
Sure. Porticos, colonnades, whatever you want to call them.
This detail is very important.
Yeah.
Because have you ever been in a pool? I think.
Okay, dude, just skip ahead of this part because this part's nonsense. Just skip to your next point.
It's not nonsense. Maybe you're not tracking.
No.
Maybe
Asking
you're
me,
not tracking.
asking
Let
me
me
if
end
I've
up.
been in a
Let me
pool.
land. Let me land.
Well, then
Let me
land now,
land.
dude. It's MH
When
370.
Okay, let me remember. Last time I went to a pool, the pool has basically four walls surrounding, the basin, right?
What are you even
Last
talking about at
time-
this point?
Last time I went into, a room with a pool, generally speaking, the pool has 4 walls surrounding the basin, right? It's very strange, a pool with 5 colonnades. It's very strange.
I don't think you
awful.
know what this means. You're
Yes, I know it very well. Because the text is telling you,
That's not what a portico is. What do you think a portico is? What do you think that is? Give me like a current English text or English word for that. Like a synonym.
The portico is basically the colonnade, which were so,
Sweet. Give me a synonym that we would use today. Sweet. Give me a synonym, a modern synonym for the word colonnade or portico.
We cannot compare. That's my point.
No.
We cannot compare.
No.
Okay?
No. You can. You can. There's a word.
So we agree.
Give me, no. Listen. Give me a synonym, a modern synonym for colonnade or portico.
But for example, if you go...
Give me a modern synonym for the word portico or colonnade.
What do you mean synonym? What do you mean synonym?
Do you not know what a synonym is?
What is?
It means a word that is similar. It's a very similar word that we would use today.
You saying synonym. I'm sorry. I wasn't getting it.
Okay,
beautiful. But the detail is so important because this text is telling you this pool is odd because it has, at that time, two basins.
No, stop. No, it doesn't say that. Give me the synonym, a modern synonym for a colonnade or a portico.
Oh, I cannot give you that because
why?
The architecture, in modern architecture, we use it different.
No. What do you think a portico is? Like
a portico or a colonnade in the ancient time was basically an aisle surrounded on the two edge of the colonnades from one side, the other.
You can't use the word in. No, you're using the word in the definition. Jesus Christ, this guy doesn't know what a portico is.
Hey, but the point is not that. The point is not that.
A portico. No, listen.
This is real.
Listen,
okay.
You stupid son of a bitch. Just listen for 10 seconds, man. Shut the fuck up. It's like a porch, awning, a patio, gazebo. I'd even accept that. What else you got? Gazebo. You got fucking. What else do you put in your backyard and shit like that? Like Jesus Christ. That's all that it is. That's all that it is. That is a covered walkway. That's what it is. You're trying to equate it to like a wall or something. That's not what that is.
May I speak?
Well, only to recognize that a portico absolutely is a covered awning. It's like something that is it's like an awning or a covered walkway or entryway or something.
Okay,
that's all that it is. It's not a wall.
Even though we are forgetting this 5 porticos matter.
Okay, so here, look. All I did was just search for the word portico. That's what a portico is. That's all that it is.
Not a portico.
Yes.
That is not
yes.
what a portico
if this is a portico, that's what it is.
The point is not that. The point
look,
is not that.
No. Okay, look, ancient portico. Look at that, dipshit. It's something that is literally covered. It's not a wall. It's like an awning. You would lay under it. You could be under it in the shade. You're trying to take it that mean like it somehow like explains the way that the pool is shaped or something.
Hey man,
that's just dumb as shit.
The text. Can you please bring up the text again?
Yes, I can. Jesus Christ, you're an idiot.
Okay, read verse 2.
Okay, now in Jerusalem by the sheep gate there is a pool called in the Hebrew Bethzatha, which has 5 porticos. In these, listen, you dumb shit. In these lay many ill, blind, lame, and paralyzed people. You can't do this if it's just a wall. You can't lay inside a wall. That doesn't make any sense.
I never said it was
Sweet.
just a wall.
So, listen. So therefore, this is.
To say a word here?
No, you're not.
What are we doing?
No, be quiet. And if you unmute until I'm done talking, you will be disconnected. All right. This is very clearly a reference to something that people lay under. They lay under it. They lay inside this awning, inside this gazebo or porch-like structure called a portico or a colonnade. A colonnade. There were colonnades like even above the Colosseum. We can actually see those colonnades. Colonnades are another way to kind of talk about like things that are covered. They go around the Colosseum, like around it, not above it, but around it, like all the way up it, like because it's a covered hallway type thing. You can go in it, you can go under it. That's how that works. So no, this is not determining the structure of the pool. This is not determining the outline of the pool or anything like that. It's not. It is a separate structure. What you're talking about here is not really going to get you anywhere closer to the point, but please land your plane. Go ahead.
May I speak?
As long as you use words in the way that is demonstrably correct,
Do
then
you
sure.
agree a pool is a squared structure?
Is a what?
Do you agree a pool is a squared structure?
Okay, if you ask about the shape of it again, or mention the shape of the pool, you will be disconnected because, again, the porticos don't have anything to do with the shape. What is happening here? He doesn't understand what a portico is, so he's trying to...
So it's a crime. Ask you what kind of pool has five sides?
It's not a
Please explain
side.
to me.
It's not... Jesus fucking Christ. It's not a side. It's not a side of the pool. I was looking forward to accepting Jesus into my heart live on air, but this guy thinks that like a porch is a side of a pool. I don't... Jesus Christ. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's got nothing to do with the number of sides. You can have... there's a pool nearby where I live where I can think of at least probably 13 colonnades or 13 porticos or porches or little gazebos or little shades. Are you in the tub?
No, that's my turtle.
Yeah, weird. Forgive him. English isn't his ninth language. Well, I mean, I was trying to tell him I was trying to take the time to explain to him. I even pulled up what the portico was. Like I tried to show him what it was, and he didn't he literally looked at portico and then looking at what an ancient portico was and told me that's not what it is. I don't know what to tell you. He was just an idiot. Okay, Jalen Grady, how's it going?
What's good, bro? Can you
Hey.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What you got?
I bet. So I think what he was talking about, bro, with the portico whole thing, G, is the perimeter of the pool itself having 4 sides or whatever.
You've got like a crazy echo or something like that. I had to mute you there. If I'm on Bluetooth, take me off of Bluetooth there. I'll send you an invite to unmute, but it was crazy echo.
What about now, bro?
I'm not sure. Say something.
Yo.
It sounds better. I think it's better. Anyways, what were we saying?
I'm saying that I think he was talking about the perimeter of the structure itself, bro. Like it being an octagon or being a pentagon. You know what I'm saying? Like he was looking.
Okay, it started doing it again. What is going on? Turn down the housemaids. It's not even the housemaids, it's the fucking floor monitors. Like it keeps, as soon as you start speaking a sentence, it just gets louder and louder and louder until it gets really loud. I don't know what it was. It might be you can request back up. I'll bring you back up, but I don't know what that was. I wanted to hear what you had to say, but in relation to what he was trying to say that it has something to do with the shape of the pool, and it doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. Randy Shelby, what you got, man? Randy, you there? Randy? Randy. I don't know. Felt like I was talking to a CBAM machine. Okay. Let's see. Let me check really fast here on super chat. $10 Canadian from Ali. It's Ali. It's got to be Ali. Pretty sure it's not Ali. I think. I think it's Ali. I'm sorry. People keep making you say queef. Sincerely. You know how? You know. Never mind. Like I feel like it was sincere to some extent there. Dan Schwartz, $1.99. He's jelly because this is Mezzo, I'm guessing. He's jelly because you're blessed as the essence of queef. I think you're running out of creativity, guys. All right. Hey Bay there on YouTube Super Chat says from $4.99 says, are you familiar with Amon Hillman's work? I'd love to hear your thoughts on what he claims about the false translations and real Jesus. So I'm familiar with Amon Hillman's work. A lot of it is based on the concept, like when he talks about Jesus, of like the Christ and stuff. He requires, for the most part, that a lot of these things are written at the right time, or written in the first century and stuff like that. There's a lot of reasons why I would disagree with what Amon Hillman is saying, and a lot of what he just is as a person. He really should be put on a list. But like the FBI. But like, I don't know. I don't even really know how to discuss it, because one of his big claims is that Christ just means like anointing and stuff like that, like, or rubbing, like to rub like a salve or like an ointment onto yourself. And while the word Christ does mean that, like to anoint or to do something, because like even Josephus, who writes in Greek, talks about how the ceiling of the temple was Christed, if you will, like because like with pitch or oil or something like that, or paint. And so, I mean, yeah, you can use that term, but in that particular way, it is historically not used in that sense when it talks about a person. But he takes that to mean that like there was this like drug-induced like story regarding Jesus and everything like that. It's just, he takes it in a really crazy way. And then he's got some wild takes on what Jesus and the disciples were up to in the Garden of Gethsemane. So read Amon Hillman stuff at your own risk. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on what he claims about the false translations and real Jesus. Well, he does assume that like Jesus was a real person, but that he was involved in this like crazy like sex trafficking thing, which is so weird. But like, it's not true. But like, I struggle to even really talk about it, because I don't know. I don't know how anybody could actually get to that, or I see how he gets to it, but it's just so weird. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. No, thank you. Yeah. $1.99 from JDD says, "Here, I'll give you a little help. Is Rael? Wait. Here, I'll give you a little help. You is Rael." And then $1.99, give you a synonym. I not know means. I think you're talking about, you don't know what that means. I'm not really sure exactly what you're talking about. And then $1.99 again said, God so loved the world, bequeathed his only son. What is happening on YouTube, guys? $1.99 from the prototype. I'm not sorry, Queef. Wow. Okay, cool. All right. So, Andrew Scott for president, what you got?
Can you hear me?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, well, I was just asking, why is Alex the Great on the board? I've never heard that in an argument about religion. So I was just asking, and I got.
Well, it's an argument. It's an argument based off of history. So I'm saying that Jesus and Paul never existed in history. So a lot of people are like, "Oh, well, that I guess means that Alexander the Great didn't exist." And it's like, well, no, that's dumb.
Yeah, that is dumb. Okay, I was just wondering. I mean, I don't believe they were real either. I was just wondering how he got linked up in it.
No, he does. So people will say, "Oh, I guess Alexander the Great didn't exist, and so I got Alex the Great." And then some people will even say, "I guess George Washington didn't exist." It's dumb as shit, dude. And some people appeal to Bart Ehrman, of course, he's natural. And then some people even say, "Oh, well, I guess your grandpa didn't exist."
All right, I was just wondering, man. That's crazy
it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's wild. But anyways, yeah,
I
there
was
you
just asking.
go.
Thanks, man.
Let's see. And then $1.99 from Heybay says, so none of it's legit. No, none of what Amon Hillman is saying is legit. Like when he says that the word Christ could also mean to anoint oneself or to rub something on yourself, that's true. But I mean, the way that he applies it to the story is nonsense, because that doesn't work. Not to mention, I dive into the actual historicity. He assumes that Jesus actually did exist. He doesn't dive into the historicity, but instead he says Jesus existed, but I think that he was like this, that kind of thing. But I just say he didn't even exist. So if he didn't exist, he couldn't be the Messiah. He couldn't be some crazy teacher. He couldn't be some revolutionary. He couldn't be some hippie. He couldn't be some drug addict. If he didn't exist, he didn't exist. So that's kind of how we, when I do say a lot about the Christians, like you give them an inch and they'll take a mile and say, oh, Jesus was a Messiah. You give Amon Hillman an inch and he'll take a mile and say that Jesus literally put an antidote for some crazy kind of unaliving drugs into his dick and then made the disciples suck it out. I'm not even kidding you. That's what Amon Hillman has suggested. I did not make anything up there. Okay. Let's see. And then $4.99 from Ninhotep says, when Mary was born, the world was queefless. But Anne let out a massive queef. The first queef, the uncaused queef, the immaculate queef. $1.99 from JDD says, was kind of hoping Zeus was real, world shattered. Well, I mean, hey, it's never too late to start believing in Zeus. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Just start getting into it. Just get fucking used to it. No. All right. We got some like cats fighting or something like that. Gotta go check that out here in a second. Okay, let's see here. Did you use your stilometry on other known authors to verify that it was reliable? Yeah, absolutely. In the text, not only did we use it on other known authors, we used it on ourselves. So, yeah, there's that too. Request the mute guy? Who's the mute guy? I don't know who the mute guy is. I don't know who the mute guy is. I have no idea. Hope Tyler wins. Ah, well. Is there any good explanation for why Genesis was written? Just like an explanation. A Turtle Boy is the mute guy? Anyways, yeah, Genesis is just an explanation as to the creation of the world. Let's come up with a story. Origin stories. Yeah, they happen all the time. Tristan Pickle 77, what you got?
Okay, can you hear me?
What's your age?
I'm 21.
What year were you born?
2005.
Are you still there? It sounds like you got a bad connection anyway.
It was the 18th. I think I do have a bad connection. I don't know how to like change. Can you hear me a little better?
Maybe.
Okay, I'm sorry about this. Okay.
I don't know if I can hear them or not. Nah, it's going all on. $1.99 Bummer Creek says, what would you objectively accept as proof? Anything from the first century that mentions Paul or Jesus in a mundane way, and their actual names, by the way. That would be pretty good. What is it this? I don't know what that is. It's pretty cool. Okay. It's 14. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I don't know. It sounded like a kid. All right. Well, I gotta go check out a cat fight. There's a vicious cat fight. Yeah, I know, but I got a cat fight. I got a cat fight that I'm just gotta go break up. Okay. Thank you to everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. Thank you very much for the super chats. I'll be back tomorrow at about 9:30 to 10 a.m. I gotta go break up a cat fight. I will see you guys tomorrow. And thank you very much to Mezzo and Joel Raiders as well. Yeah, it's Yeah, it's ridiculous. My money's on the cat. Yeah, yeah, probably. All right, see you guys later. Peace out. And then for YouTube, thank you very much for stopping by. Let's see, $2 there from Onovision says, waiting for JC, I guess Jesus Christ, to save us, instead saving ourselves. Yeah, I guess so. And then $2 there from Dionysian Mass says, happy birthday. Fucking happy birthday. It's not my birthday. It's really not. I don't know why everybody keeps saying it. It's because of Joel and Mezzo. I don't know why they said it, but it's not my birthday. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes, though, I guess. But I will see you guys tomorrow.